Pinnacle Winter Series number 3 returns to your screen. We are in our final quarterfinal now. 3 of 4 have been done and all have been 2-0s, but this one, Kremer, promises to be a little bit more tight. It's going to be Dignitas going up against SKADE.
I can't help but think that for SKADE's sake, I would much rather have a close game. These guys are yet to drop a map all tournament, and honestly, I really like the tenacity of SKADE. When they came up with this new roster, we sort of went, are they ever going to be as good as the old one? Is that possible? Well, for the answer, Harry, that's a short yes. These guys, they've had a few growing pains where they kind of initially formed, but they've quenched those, they've nipped them in the bud, and they've just been dominating ever since. Now, they're not quite, at least world ranking-wise, where they used to be, but they are absolutely on the path to getting there. I'm really looking forward to the game against Dignitas, a team who, honestly, I haven't been rating very highly recently, particularly with some losses against the likes of Copenhagen Flames. They lost to OG, even to AVE just 3 weeks ago. Yeah, categorically, Dignitas should be beating AVE. So this is going to be a very interesting series, actually. And in terms of veto, because these are such well-established teams, once you get rid of the instabans of Vertigo and Dust 2, you've got 5 maps which both teams have huge win rates on.
Yeah, Dignitas, they haven't been at their best recently. In a second, we're going to bring up the roster so that I can close my windows and try and get rid of all of this outside noise. Huge apologies, everybody.
The atmospherics of Swindon really actually getting to us there. We have a little bit of a disconnect, so we can have a bit of a longer camera segment than usual. Hopefully, we're able to sort that momentarily, though. We do apologize for the delay. However, the winner of this is going to go on to play against Copenhagen Flames. Now, Dignitas, they win this. Copenhagen Flames, they played against Copenhagen Flames twice in the last 2 weeks and lost on both occasions, in best of 3s and in best of 1s. From that statistic alone, I honestly see SKADE going further in this tournament than Dignitas, but that won't of course contribute as to who wins this series.
SKADE, if they do go further in this tournament, Dignitas will be our only non-invited team, I believe, to go all the way, as across the board, ECSTATIC, Copenhagen Flames, and Heroic have all 2-0'd their opponents who came up from the main Swiss. And like you were saying, SKADE and the main Swiss, they were bloody impressive. Yet to drop a map there. The only real thing that's been a bit of a question mark is their matches against SAW. They've played them about 3 times in a space of about 10 days. They have lost against SAW twice, and then won very recently against SAW in a 2-1 fashion. So maybe the Portuguese side has figured out something about SKADE that is a little bit vulnerable, and maybe Dignitas can try and exploit that same kind of style of play.
Oh, you're absolutely right. For me, bear in mind that the 2 players who sort of left SKADE were, I believe, both, I think it was Han and Red Star. And with Red Star, he was big on these lurks. Han as well, when it came to AWPing, was a little bit inconsistent. Now, in terms of lurking power, ships absolutely can do that. And on top of the fact, ships, we've seen them time and time again pick up that secondary AWP, which has added an extra layer of versatility to SKADE. We head over to Dignitas. I mean, Halzuk, let's be honest, with a mustache like that, you've got to appreciate the fact that his AWPing in general is going to be good.
It is very impressive. We've come to term in the Norwegian Mario. And you know what remains quite impressive here? And Forrest, of course, huge amount of fragging power there. In the times we've cast Dignitas, Kramer, Heap has either been lights out, one of the best players we've seen, or completely absent from the game. And it depends what kind of Heap we get today as to whether this is going to be a 2-0 for SKADE or if it's going to be a little bit more hotly contested between these teams. Because Dignitas definitely have the talent. If they're all here on the day to make it through this Swiss, that's why they were indeed invited, not this Swiss, this playoffs. They are our only invited team who are not going in as favorites. You can see the live odds earlier in the broadcast. dev.gg/live odds. Our partners at Pinnacle, they favor SKADE, and that makes quite a bit of sense. Let's head over to our map veto, though, to see how this is going to shake out.
Honestly, Harry, I really want to see an Overpass of this. I think Overpass is probably the map where these teams the closest win rates. When the instabans go instantly, fair enough. Nuke gets picked. Do we see the Overpass? I'd love to see the Overpass. There it is.
Oh, hello.
I'm a happy boy, Harry. I'm a happy boy.
All right. Nuke, no surprise. We've cast a lot of Dignitas over on Nuke SKADE. They do like themselves a touch of Overpass as well. They are very good at this map. 12 maps worth of Overpass. in recent memory and 83% win rate on top of that.
Yeah.
And they're not too underconfident on Nuke, but Inferno, Heroes of the Decider, that kind of shakes on out. SKADE have played this map so many times. SKADE always leave it in. 24 maps in recent memory. SKADE are well practiced on Inferno.
I think if this is going to go to a third map, SKADE win it. If Dignitas wants to win this series, it needs to be in 2 buys, which somehow means beating SKADE on Overpass, which in itself is going to be a tall order. My gut instinct tells me this is either a 2-0 or 2-1 in favor of SKADE.
Yeah, this is going to be some high-tier gameplay as well, as we'd come to expect from a Pinnacle Winter Series, especially in the playoffs. Every single map here has an even or better win rate. The lowest win rate we have for any of these maps between these teams is 50% on Nuke for SKADE across 12 maps. So all of these are very well drilled. Of course, SKADE, it seems like they have been playing a little bit more recently compared to Dignitas, who have only had a couple of matches in the last month, whereas SKADE, they have been deep on the grind. And well, they may be rewarded for that with some more fresh in their mind strategies and a little bit more canniness under pressure.
We're going to head in game in just a moment, Harry, and now I've given my prediction. Who are you leaning for in the series?
I feel that SKADE have this unless Heap comes out as an absolute madman. Like, I have learned to never doubt Dreamer, because Dreamer just seems to pull rounds out of nowhere. We've cast a lot of SKADE over the last couple of months, Kremmer. It has been SKADE all over the place. And while we have had some games where Bubble has decided that installing CS is so great it'll do tomorrow, Dreamer has always been the player that you look at as, if this guy's still alive, that's not a lost round.
Something that I also quite like as well is Dignitas when he's AWPing. Now, Dignitas consistently will get kills with the AWP, but every now and then, Harry, every couple of games or so, he'll have a performance that just outshines everyone. And he just plays some of the best CS we've seen kind of in this whole tournament. But that is with a kind of hint of inconsistency. Luckily, the lows of Denny's floor aren't cataclysmic. It's just not insane, which is something that will get you through the main Swiss. Now we're in playoffs, the pressure's definitely there.
Yeah, the players are going to be feeling a little bit more pressure here. SKADE would love to pick up a spot in those semi-finals. If I remember about our bracket, I think they'd be going up against Copenhagen Flames. They will indeed, who beat GamerLegion 2-0 just earlier today. So that side of a bracket, it's by no means easy, but Copenhagen Flames, they certainly are a fairly defeatable team. They aren't the most consistent bunch. And I guess that, in a way, SKADE are going to be going up against a pair of teams here that may have a couple of consistency issues in both Dignitas and Copenhagen Flames.
Yeah, and so because of that, I definitely have my reservations. I think in a world now, I'm going to get all surreal here, so give me a second, but there's a world where I think Heroic beat ECSTATIC, SKADE probably beat Copenhagen Flames. We go to the finals, I think actually SKADE probably would beat ECSTATIC, even though ECSTATIC have been putting up some very, very nice results recently. There's a world where they beat Heroic, regardless of that. And if they can beat Heroic, whether or not it's enough to beat SKADE, we'll have to see. But I am fairly certain from this kind of lower quarter of the semifinals, quarterfinals, I'm seeing SKADE be the one to progress to the finals.
I'm excited to see how Forest does in this matchup as well. I'm a big fan of Forest. Love the beard. Very impressive, very intimidating. You don't want to go up against Forest on LAN, because he will stare you down and you will feel chill, feel very core, and that chill will throw off your aim. By the way, if you want better aim, consider our partners over at Xtrafy, who have some excellent peripherals that are all about quality rather than gimmicks. It doesn't matter how light your mouse is if you've clicked through the button after about 75,000 clicks. So if you want the best, make sure that you head over to Xtrafy and use code WINTER10 for 10% off in association with the Pinnacle Winter Series. We'll be getting into Nuke very soon here, Kramer. But if there's anything that we know about Nuke, do we have any idea which of these two teams is a little bit better when it comes to their utility uses? We've seen a lot of Dignitas play, and I think they've been quite precise with their utility. SKADE often feels like they're a lot more reliant on the gunplay, but there's been a long time since I've actually cast SKADE myself.
You've hit the nail on the head. It is Dignitas do have a little bit better utility usage when it comes to their aggressive util. The flash usage of SKADE, though, is something to behold. These guys know every single pop flash there is, and of course that just complements the fact that these guys like relying on their aim. And, I mean, honestly, you can get away with it. You can get away with it, particularly when you have players there to support you, when you have those extra flashes to get you in and out of angles. So, in terms of executions, I'm looking over to Dignitas. In terms of flashy aim plays, I'm looking over to SKADE.
It's Denny's Law who has some internet issues. You don't want packet loss on your AWPer. That can go very, very poorly. And of course, AWPers are a critical component of how Nuke is played. That large outside control, we know that Halzak likes to play up from heaven. Can take some very long peeks down from heaven over towards the entrance to secret. And I particularly remember a lot of the Dignitas matches that we've cast, Grammar. Halzak has absolutely come alive on a Nuke and become an absolute terror.
Absolutely right. We're actually going to head to a quick break. When we return in a couple of minutes, we'll be able to sort out any internet issues with Denny's Law. They're proving to be a little bit longer than I thought, so should be back in just a moment with the game.
to giving Denny's Law their internet back. Into a pistol round. Dignitas starting off on the T side. Heap opens up and Electro joins him as well. Denny's Law playing from Mini. And that was a slaughter early in favor of Dignitas. One upgraded pistol in the hands of Hulzerk at the moment. Forest begins to plant the bomb. Rainwaker moving in here. In the hut. Playing the time. Forest going to be meeting them first, most likely. With the Glock. Look at this. The wraparound at the moment from Freiburg. This could be an easy knife. Will it be?
Knife?
Oh, Freiburg bottles it, but then Forest with the finish hits the headshot that they need. Oh, he does have a Shadow Dagger. It's my favourite Kremer.
Is the Shadow Dagger your favourite?
I do. It's my favourite melee.
Do you know the other melees?
A dual-wielding aficionado. I know the Huntsman. I know the Karambit. I know the Bayonet.
I'm a big fan of the Huntsman knife. I just quite like fixed blades in general, and well, it's a big blade in it. So I think I like it because we can't get it in the UK. We get Shadow Daggers in the UK. We can't get Huntsmans.
I use a Shadow Dagger with a fork when I'm eating. That's how much of a Shadow Dagger fan I am.
That's the clean opening. Wells are full. SKADE. They go to this with a one-man disadvantage. However, they have a pretty good readers where Dignitas are moving, with ships Deagle in hand having to be the one to stop what will be a four-man commitment over the Secret.
Is of course a force here for SKADE. Likely going to be on that full eco, or even a second force if they are brave enough if Dignitas win this. And it is a very disciplined buy on Dignitas. No money farming SMGs. Rifles across the board, a trio of Galils and a pair of AKs. Full Heap's already taken some damage. No one digs to be seen just yet. Ships continues taking the body shots, and there it is. The first, the second, the third.
Oh my
Ships
God.
is on a mad one, baby. And that could be some upgraded rifles later on as well. What a beginning. We asked if SKADE were all going to turn up. Ship says, don't worry, man. The lurker, he's still strong.
Remember that part where I told you that SKADE have really good aim? Yeah, that was... That's that. Dignitas, a 2-on-3 circumstance I don't think they were expecting to be in at all. Then he saw exchanges blows with Lecro. Low HP for Lecro is going to be heartbreaking to be, and bearing in mind that these dudes aren't going to one-shot him. On top of the fact, he's now alone.
Oh my goodness. Reward here. Dreamer now has an AK in hand. Lecro has been noted. Dreamer puts that AK to good use. And an AK, I believe, was also looted down in the confines of B, where previously so much had been done by ships. What a force up there from the side of SKADE. Here's a quick look at the odds from our partners over at Pinnacle.
Pinnacle are pretty awesome people, Harry, aren't they? Absolutely awesome. Remember that if you head over to server.gg/liveodds, you can sign up with code WINTER22, where you get a few extra goodies over at Pinnacle. Or better still, you can head over to server.gg/winter, where I bet Pinnacle are going to be very happy with what was a nightmare of a round from ships.
You spicy boy. He shoots them. Tech 9 crosses for smokes and is punished for doing so. Freiburg will not survive. And that was Dignitas' turn. For the pistol force. No scouting reinforcement this time around. Oh, as you cross the gap, you test the scout, and you test Denny's Law at your own peril. Damage might well be done here. Lecro's gone up high, and Lecro laying low. The smokes have dissipated, but everyone who has not fallen has safely made their way into the under catacombs of B. But look who's waiting here again. Bubble sits ready with the M4. Actually doesn't take a much longer engagement there. Actually backs off to the side, trying to stop any potential plant maybe from the high ground. Has a crossfire generated with Rainwaker. Everyone else, disciplined. Over on A. Not overcommitting to the information that has been gathered thus far.
Ooh. Shot.
That is a clean one. Now Rainwaker, alone.
Can I make a prediction, Harry?
Go ahead.
Ships. This is going to be a ships map. Ships is going to have a insane performance this map.
I mean, ships maps are usually ancient, right? Like ships is a beast on ancient.
Yeah. If you have a ship selected as one of your characters to maybe do well over on stream cards, you would view a very successful game.
Indeed they are. And on World of Esports as well, our fantasy partner, you can select ships and, well, any players from the Pinnacle Winter Series number 3 and compete against other people for points. Make sure that you check it out at the banner down below the stream. Oh, Kremer, this is looking like it's going to be a ships game. We are in round number 4. They are 7-2.
This is looking scary. This is looking scary. Bear in mind, we're only 3 rounds in, and Ships has all but confirmed to us that he is going to be a nasty player this game. Bubble on the MP9, realizing he's going to be against an eco, is going to look to farm a little bit of cash, Harry. With Dignitas, pistols in hands, no armor to accompany it. In fact, not even an upgraded pistol. I like the discipline in not dropping below kind of 1950, but it's going to be interesting as to whether or not they actually inflict any damage onto SKADE this round.
Why did Ships drop that incendiary?
Potentially to bubble, so he can use it, but maybe his arm wasn't as strong as he thought it would
picked
be.
it back up. It was a limp-wristed throw. Oh, the adjustment up to the top. Forrest has been noted and executed. Ships, can they do even more here? They're taking the extended fight. I'm sorry, Bubble. I know you wanted a farm, but Ships has got to hit that 10k as early as they can. The HE sent out. Eye contact locked as Hulzerk attempts to plant just for the money, and Bubble finally gets their economically boosting frag. And there it is, 10-2 for Ships. Yummy.
Solid round. Now, I realised that someone's mentioned in the chat that there are a few audio issues. I realised they've been sort of persisting these last couple of days. If we are still having audio issues, do let us know in the chat. I do read it, and I'll be able to forward it to the rest of the guys in production. Hopefully, it was just one person who had it, though, but feel free to say if they continue. For Dignitas, they're full by Harry. No AWP in sight, though. It's going to be the AKs to try and combat the bit of a bonus on Bubble. More importantly, to try and combat the AWP on Denislaw.
As this default spreads out, you never have to have audio issues if you use our partner's Xtrify and the H1 headset. Plenty of bass and all of the quality you need to make sure that no audio issues will ever plague you. Tab.gg/Xtrify and the code WINTER10 for 10% off. Now that, Kremer, is a plug. Was that a headshot with a Molotov?
that was insane. I didn't know that was possible.
That hits different, dude.
That was insane. That was nuts. Imagine being headshot by a Molotov.
That's some high accuracy right there. Speaking of which, Denislaw with the AWP takes down Heat. Already this full buy, suffered a couple of casualties, moving over onto the A side. Dreamer can't win the duel up against Hulzerk. That's messy. And now Electro tries to cover the rear. Ships ducks on under the crosshair placement. The crouch has served them well. 2 versus 3 now. And Hulzerk goes for the plant. The noise has made Hulzerk is low. Firebird gatekeeping the hut to try and keep people away from their compatriot and manages to work it out. But Denislaw with the AWP. A wallbang found. A slow walk done. Freiburg takes them down and into a 1 versus 1. They cannot defeat Rainwaker. You can easily collect the AWP and take SKADE to a 4th.
4-1 the lead. Now remember, this is Dignitas' map pick, and so that you are expecting to win it. And we look at stats, particularly with CT side dependency. Dignitas relies significantly more on their CT side than SKADE do. Not to negate the fact that for SKADE, a 10-5 would be average. They are looking for 11 falls if they want to have any hope on their T side. Just to quantify how dependent these teams are when it comes to the side they play. That's only for Nuke, though. And from the odds for our partners at Pinnacle, what's that, about 3.5 to 1? 5 rounds in, remember those are series odds? Bloody impressed with SKADE so far.
Yeah, use code WINTER22 at sign up. Let them know that you are here because of the Pinnacle Winter Series. And tell Pinnacle to continue supporting Tier 2 CS over here in Europe. Forest has gone high. And they are using the Hero AK here. The only buy on the team, down to only $150.
They are through the smoke. Ships another kill, man. Ships. I told you, he's going to have a standout. He's going to have a standout game.
It's the ship show, baby.
It's a ship show. Indeed it is, man. It is.
But Denislaw, the spin-off what we all wanted. The big AWP doesn't hit the jump spot. But in the end, will it matter? A pair of Deagles and the AK still remains. Hero buy, remember. This is reinforced by head armor as well, so up against those M4s. Might well be that some of these duels could be advantageous at range. Returned frag taking down Ships for final boss is down, and bubble will be popped.
I won't lie, Harry. Ships is a hell of a player to remove from the rounds, especially early on. SKADE, I want to say they fumble a little bit, actually, to go, 2 players ahead. Maybe overextend slightly, falls into a 3-on-3. Foster may have been able to get into secret as well, and unchecked, which, even though there's only 20 seconds left, this wrapped away now puts a lot of pressure into Dreamer, who is very alone.
Yeah, Paranoia as well at the moment on the side of SKADE. 2 players going down to B. The bomb is making its way over, though. This could be interrupted by Rainwaker. All they need to do is play it patiently. Sorry about that plant, mate. I'm going to have to tell you no. 5 seconds remain. And only Freiburg, with their Deagle remains, didn't even get to save the AK. Might make a mad dash here, pick it up again. Lovely stuff. It is at least a little bit of economic padding, but that's all that it will be, Kramer. Dignitas, only 1 round so far on their T.
I feel like Dignitas would be a little bit too clever about it there. They had a really, really good position where they could have hit just swarmed Dreamer, take that 3 versus 1, get your plant, and bear in mind that a plant would have helped them economically here, particularly because for us to be on an AK, you're going to buy around next round anyway, just get that bomb down. But no, they sort of outthink themselves, they send the bomb alone down to B, where he's lost, where he loses the 1v1. SKADE, they go 5-2-1 up now, and Necro's going to look to try and stop the aggression from ramp.
Zerk has the counter AWP now. Rainwaker with a first scout adjusts onto Lecro. You ain't ducking under this one, son. And ships. They were one of the first to fall. In fact, the first to fall, I believe, in the previous round. A big kill to get. Might be getting a touch confident. A Dignitas look to punish that.
There's such a good angle here as well. Forest. Oh, Dennysaw needs to be hitting those shots, Harry.
Shoulder seen. And of course, the sound of a shot as well means that they now know the location of the AWP. 2 players move to outside knowing, hey, this isn't on the Overwatch anymore. This could be very free for our AWP to try and take the peaks. The pixel is found, and this is not in ship shape. Blasted away. Dignitas playing their time well. Now they have a 4 versus 4. Well earned.
I like this lurk from Forest as well. You mean it makes Dennyslaw doubt. No matter what angle he holds, he can't hold it for long because of that threat that'll always be there from ramp. And what it means is, bear in mind that you have the rotation of Rainwaker over to ramp, that still leaves Dennyslaw alone to hold the entirety of the B side. With an AWP, it's a precision weapon, Harry. You miss a shot and you're in big trouble. Luckily, Dennyslaw, he doesn't miss twice.
Not much for missing. An attempt to try and slow down the plant here. That Molotov could be fatal. And Rainwaker even more so. Bubble joins them. Time here going to make a fool of Dignitas once more. The Norse may arrive exactly when they mean to on their Viking raids, but I'm afraid the monastery's closed, bruv.
That or it's been sacked by the guys beforehand, and they just got nothing to give.
Yeah, there were some weird Bulgarian Vikings. I don't know, man.
Yeah, we gave all our stuff to them. We go talk to them.
They walked away with all of our Christian orcs.
Remember, over at Pinnacle with some, with some low margins and high limits, you can bet more and then win more. Over at temp.gg/winter, you can sign up with code winter22 just to get a bit of extra goodies over at Pinnacle because they are just that awesome. Dignitas have a lot of pressure on the Silver Feet, but legging ships early on, and then just exchanging the weapon. Halzerk, even though he is glass cannon, in fact, the only player on Dignitas to go glass cannon is the one who's given the orb. I'm unsure about that decision making.
It's a weird one, Kramer. But it allows Heap to go forward, at least into a place where the AWP could well have been rescued, even if it required the expenditure of a smoke grenade. Still, 3 are going to be in circulation here. A re-smoke in Mini. Or rather, Sweeky, pardon me. It's been a while since we've cast a Nuke. Actually, an uncannily long time, Kramer.
Honestly, we haven't seen Nuke appear so often in vetoes nowadays, regardless. So I like the fact that SKADE and Dignitas actually still play this map, because what you find a lot of teams doing is they've sort of binned off a Nuke and turned their attention to Ancients, where you can play the same methodology on Nuke, just with a bit faster tempo. Yeah,
I've been casting a lot of British CS teams, and they do like their Ancient.
They also hate any map that has any reminiscence of tactics, so yeah, take it with a pinch of salt.
Oh, Endpoint will remember that. And Bubble will remember this. Forest and Freiburg. Hulzerk set up that so well. What a flash. Unbelievable. Still, the retake is strong. The hero walk, not particularly rewarded here. The HE gets its work done, but damage has been done to the SKADE economy here to keep them from sitting too pretty. Yes, Denny's Law has 11.5k, but sometimes when you're losing like this, Kremer, every frag helps.
On top of the fact that, honestly, I would have liked to have seen SKADE at least when they knew that the early leg on ships was from Squeaky. There wasn't enough utility on Dignitas to go back to outside and to B. It would have either been a ramp dive or execution on A. There's no way they're diving ramp when they already know that SKADE have played 2 players ramp in the last 3 rounds running. It's going to be a hit to A. But they leave it relatively undefended there. For Dignitas, full buy comes out, this time with Orbs. This is as well equipped as they're going to get. But 7-1 down, Harry, it goes from a comfort round to a make or break.
Yeah, here in the 9th round, Dignitas is certainly feeling the pressure. One of the things they can count on, at least thus far, is that SKADE haven't put too much presence into trying to fight for outside, but it's different this time around. Ships gets themselves a pair. A 3 versus 2 when the body count is delivered, and the versus 2 is going to be where it finishes. Now, this is going to be difficult for SKADE. 2 sites to defend, 2 players to defend them. Wherever Dignitas decide to go, they should have themselves a man advantage. Dreamer bought low, great spray control from Heap, and Denny's Law is going to emerge from Secret with the AWP. Control of a bomb, at least. This might have been a lack of foresight here from Dignitas, a great adjustment. But now Denny's Law knows that they are located. That is going to be fed on back. And Denny's Law still has 45 seconds that they need to play against here. Dignitas have plenty of time to ferry this bomb to a site.
With 30 seconds left, Forrest is just going to head away once he gets that bomb. For Denny's Law, this could be a bit of a case of being too smart. Or maybe just smart enough. Forrest goes down Secret, Harry. This is a masterful read for Denny's Law here.
Exactly smart enough. Denny's Law
just enough.
Holds the angle from Decon.
Goes back up ladder.
And they molly off the approach as well. Now where does Forrest play this? It's actually a loud approach from Denny's Law. It's heard by Forrest. If a Forrest can hear you, it will strike back. Mother Nature's wrath is untenable, Kremer. Dignitas grab their second.
That's heartbreaking. That's actually heartbreaking. For a moment, it looked like Denny's Law had read it to a masterful degree, but no, Forrest. That Molotov there is just so crushing. 7-2 the scoreline. Dignitas, they are able to reinvest, but SKADE, let's be honest, with with what was a 7-1 lead, they're going to have money to reinvest. That being said, with casualties being sustained in the rounds they have been winning, it is only 1 round's worth of buys they have in them, which is maybe very exploitable if you're on Dignitas.
Still Dignitas, not with a huge amount of economic viability themselves. This might be one of the most important rounds we see. Dignitas, they now have themselves a lifeline on their T side. And now they can try and start to turn this around. Ships, once again, playing the outside control, lurking all the way back in CT. It's a lot of space ceded. But it may well have been done intelligently. Garage is populated by a trio of terrorists, and Ships has got the naughtiest angle.
Ships has been reading that's actually very well on outside. He saw how aggressive Halzok was, particularly in the end of that last round, so he knows that kind of deep CT and heavy control is to be assumed for Dignitas here. I mean, why not take a nasty angle to try and punish them for it, as 3 players of Dignitas are going to launch their push right into his awaiting crosshair.
Oh, Heap is creeping, though. Heap been creeping. As they pop on up, Ships has actually moved away. They've seen one. Can the crossfire be generated? I don't think anyone is in a position to try and help out Ships here. Denny's Law finds Lycro elsewhere, and now Dreamer is getting guests over in Mini. And he ain't much of a doorman, but he is more of a fragger. Dreamer can be double peeked here from heaven. That's a beautiful flash. It's so well done. Freiburg sets it up. Hulzerk next to try and battle. Up against Bubble, looks to the top. Rainwaker can't stop the plant, but they can do damage to Freiburg. A flash sent out, takes the peek up against Hulzerg, but no, it's Freiburg on the swing. And Dignitas grab themselves a third and continue to chip away at the SKADE economy. And now this might force out either a ramshackle buy or maybe just a Deagle force.
You know what I'd have liked to have seen there, Harry? I'd have really liked to have seen Ships get a secondary AWP. Because that angle from CT, the second he holds out with an AWP, he's won that aim duel. Instead, he does so with an M4. It's very messy, and, well, Dignitas win it. Some masterful flashes, though, to get him onto that site. And now we look over to Dignitas, who, off the back of a bit of a spree, are forced SKADE into a timeout.
Our friends over at Pinnacle, giving you the best odds on not only this match, but basically everyone that's happening in CS and other sports as well. Make sure you head over to teb.gg/winter and use code WINTER22. That's sign up to be able to place your bets and only gamble, ladies and gentlemen, if you are over 18 and with money that you can afford to lose. If the fun stops, you stop.
That you do. And for SKADE, maybe the fun is starting to stop. They're not quite at a...
My fun has stopped, Dad.
Please, end series, please. Fun has stopped. They're not at a stage of complete collapse. And I mean, Denny Slaw, he reveals that with a quick kill onto Halzerk, but there is nothing behind this buy. Denny Slaw, glass cannon actually. Luckily at range, he's able to make it work.
Do you think you can predict how this is going to go? Our extension stream cards will let you try and figure that out. Check him out by hitting the big green play button. Do you see Rainwaker getting that headshot onto Freiburg? Because I certainly do. Denny's Law now waits in the ramp. One descends and one will fall. Lecro's the victim. But Denny's Law even more so. Keep catching some running. Should be an easy bomb plant within the smoke. This may well be spammed by ships here from the double doors. And damage is done. Forest on the covering fire here can wrap around the back. Make sure ships does not feel safe. Swap over for weapons. SMG, a pair of rifles. The SMG falls first, and then it's the bigger rifle. Forest with a pair. These old hands still got some life in them yet.
Dreamer. Just looking to outflank one of these players. The second he kills Forest, this becomes winnable, but time is a true killer here. With no kit, that's pretty much the round, Harry.
That should be it. Oh, hello. Eep is going to be able to grab the AWP, finishing this one off for Dignitas, and just about survives. That would have been the bomb taking them, but the frag was found at just the right moment. Suddenly, Dignitas not looking so anemic on their T side. 5 rounds for Nuke Kremmer is perfectly acceptable.
That it is, and honestly, 4 rounds is acceptable. We've seen how both of these teams have made do with a kind of 11-4, 10-5 half and come back to win it. SKADE on the full eco now. Actually, may start sweating a bit, particularly if this turns out to be one-sided.
Oh. Yep, that's one-sided as they come, Kremmer. A speed round as SKADE feed in to get their eco out of the way as soon as possible. Dignitas will hit 5. And this is 4 in a row now, Kremmer.
Dignitas, actually, bear in mind, there's a world, actually, where this ends 8-7 in Dignitas' favour. If it does, I would argue that this is where SKADE panic. They have a buy in them. This fails, Harry, they're in big trouble. Dignitas, they get ready for this foray to outside. 4 players committed to secret here. Ships, one of the only players to stop them, and through the smoke, he makes it close. He makes it bloody close.
Heaps of pain, Bubble. Puts a gun away at just the wrong time. As the re-smoke there. Continue via. But looks to stop any vents dive. Crow. Lurking for now. As this smoke fades, they might find themselves a touch isolated. But speaking of isolation, Rainwaker's feeling that at the moment. On the low ground. And Molotov, I believe, extinguished. The 4 players who ducked down into secret, they may decide to just leave here. Lecro's got a little bit of information, slowly gathering it. This is going to be potentially on whether or not Lecro can get any value out of this lurk, because there's still plenty of time for Dignitas to reconsider their strategy and try to find openings. At the moment, they are counting that SKADE are going to get paranoid, start making risky forays for information.
I'm very surprised Bubble hasn't cleared this angle, actually. I'm very surprised. With 30 seconds left, Dignitas are about to make they're about to launch their assault. They're about to make their noise on B. Bubble, can he kill Letcrow? No, he can't.
Oh, Letcrow wins that one, and now look at this. Maybe it's going to be a movement up Vince as well. But no, a wrap around over onto Rainwaker. This is going to be a dual door push. They're up on top of a generator. Rainwaker can't get the second. Freiburg mollies off one. Goes to the plant in the nick of time. Dignitas used every single second that they had access to as Hulzerk holds the halls themselves. The AWP at this range on the head glitch could be deadly, and Ships knows it.
Save.
That's a save.
SKADE, what was a dominant start to this map, are now being... Well, they're being outmaneuvered. I can't help but think they may have fallen asleep at the helm a little bit, because that was a very predictable angle for Letcrow to be in, and when they cleared close vents, they just didn't clear it properly. They're punished for it, and for Dignitas, that'll be 6. Bubble and Rainwaker, they're not going to have anything next round. Maybe a MP9, maybe a Deagle and armor, but that's it. And I mean, the MP9's at a stretch. That money really isn't good.
What was once a undisputed kingdom for SKADE has slowly started to fall apart. If you've ever read The Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, I think we're on about book 4 by now. And
is that where Cleopatra steps in and everyone goes, oh,
Mark
no.
Anstey's just like, yo, you want to come check out this empire I've got? No, that's well before. That's like in the zenith of the Roman Empire. That's almost pre-Augustan.
Half of this could be yours.
Everything the light touches, son. Everything the light touches.
What about that shadowy place? That's Greece. No, you'll never go there. I love these historical references. He's gone out by ships. Into the 5-on-3 now. Once again, SKADE, they can't save twice in a row, Harry, surely.
My dad would say you can. Gotta be fiscally responsible, son, even when you're playing CS.
Is it fiscal responsibility or general carelessness from SKADE here?
I'd say they both died in fairly reserved positions. Like, the scouting on ramp, maybe it could have been a little bit more patient, playing behind the box, hoping that Dignitas would come to them. But SKADE felt the need to try... Oh, nice wrap around there on Heap's lurk. Bubble has now made this a little bit more winnable. Rainwaker lies in wait with the AWP. Will this be flash? No, it's a naked peek and it's punished for double up, though. Bubble blocking the shots for Rainwaker. They won't die from the wall bang, or should I say the meat bang. 2 players found as Dreamer intercepts, but Letcrow with the last frag. Now it's down to a 1 versus 1. With 25 seconds remaining, they're moving directly.
What?
Oh, no! What's going on? Rainwaker. They've tried to read it. They've moved around the outside. Are they going to go through secret instead? What was that? Oh my goodness, no. Kremer! Rain Sleeper.
What? Do you remember when I said carelessness, Harry? I don't know what to say. Was Letcrow seen there? He may have been.
Well, the door certainly would have been seen moving. And now Letcrow has to wander. As Rainwaker remained. Playing in that cubby. Letcrow's up high. The bomb's already halfway gone. This has been well played by Letcrow. Rainwaker tries for the duel, but it simply is untenable. Sure, no AWPs will be saved. But 7-7, Dignitas can't believe their luck.
I don't know what to say there, Harry. That was a messy round is sort of to be expected, but they're better than that, surely. SKADE, man, they are really dropping the ball here. They're being punished, like, categorically now. Dignitas really finding their momentum. Really finding their momentum.
Oh my. Ships. What's going on? This is one of the first aggressive lurks, or aggressive land grabs we've really seen. Everyone outside. Ships sometimes plays it from up high. But never from this angle. This might catch Dignitas off guard. There's a flash. And there's for swing. Heap, though, doesn't take too much damage. And the punish on the repeak is strong. Ships may have started off well, but the Nadir rounds have certainly not been a showpiece for the young Bulgarian. 4 versus 3. Trio of M4s. Up against the Dignitas, but is still loaded for bear. They are missing out on smokes now, though. A pair of flashes to try and clear through outside. Dreamer playing from an unconventional high spot. Might spot one. There it is. Freiburg, that's the bomb as well. Heap's going to try and wrap around the outside, and that's going to be a lovely shot. Rainwaker, though, and Bubble both have eyes on the bomb. Heap plays it from up high. Heap is having himself a game, and Holzerk at range simply wastes Rainmaker. Dignitas turned this half around with an unbelievable streak.
Heap has woken up. We were talking about Ships having a great game. Sod that guy, Heap. His kills are coming about the same kind of 3-4 round burst that Ships have. And kind of after that, it's been on to the rest of his team. They've all woken up. Freiburg as well, having a great performance now. For SKADE, this is actually quite worrisome, Harry.
Now we're moving on to the tougher side. At T's side, where we do know their offensive utility is pretty good. Oh, that was not the ideal there on the breaking of the squeaky door. Freiburg going to potentially be overwhelmed here. It's a rush of T's. Denny's Law doesn't even check, but Rainwaker does. The bomb actually thrown onto the B side to be picked up by someone else. Acrobatic as Heap looks to continue their streak here. 16 and 11. The young Swede has been rewarded for their training. The grind beginning to pay on off. However, with the bomb planted and ticking away at Dignitas, the ball's now in their court. How do they make this post-plant work? How do they retake this? Plenty of angles to try and exploit as someone's going to come in from ramp. Econ will be squeaked on open. The double doors, double manned. Bubble the first to take the swing and steal every single pistol gunfight. Will go SKADE's way until Holzerk arrives on the scene with the USP, a tap upon the bomb. And there it is, just for quick peeks. Well played by SKADE to make sure they weren't overcommitting themselves to those taps upon the bomb. 8 to 8 now.
I mean, yeah, it's an equalizer, but that should have happened a while ago, Harry. That really should have happened a while ago. SKADE almost robbed in the latter stages of that first half. There's a world here where if they get that same momentum, they go 7-1 up on their second half. It may not matter if it gets that one-sided, but honestly, Dignitas, I don't see them losing this momentum again. A fairly greedy bonus from SKADE as well to go for 3 SMGs here as they get ready for their assaults away.
Might be punished by these Deegs at range, but Deeg certainly has the precision. Ships rolls on out with the 180. And is rewarded. Head armor still on 2 members, Heap and Forest. They will be able to play a little bit longer against those SMGs. And this is already a save called. We forced up, boys. Can't afford to lose it. And I'm not sure if anyone would have predicted the 4-man save, but it is the reality. And hey, if you think you could have predicted it, you should check out our partners over at Stream Cards. It's for Twitch extension that will hover with that luminous green play button. If you hover over the stream, it allows you to pick from a deck of cards to try and figure out in real time what's going to be happening in the CS round. Earn points and prove just how much you know. Cheers, Stream Cards.
Thanks, Stream Cards. You guys are awesome. SKADE looking to continue the awesomeness of Stream Cards by moving ahead and going 9-8 up. It took them so long to gain this lead, though, Harry. I don't know. I don't really know if there's enough silver linings in it for Dignitas to come back again. Yeah, it's we're at a stage now where there's, I want to say, 3 or 4 rounds leeway now for Dignitas to build up their economy. Once Dignitas hit their critical mass, that's where they're strong. Dignitas have proven to be a little bit shaky when it comes to pistols. Once they have the full buy, that's where SKADE need to worry.
And Dignitas were able to be kept down in the dumps for a while by SKADE just winning a couple of rifle rounds. And that allowed them to continuously push Dignitas down to those pistols. Forest reloading here. Has not been spotted just yet. Forest, how were they unseen in the back? Tucked into the cubby, gets himself an AK, and now begins to pierce into the smoke. Denny's Law holds their fire for now, and Dreamer will take out the looter, but still the bomb. Has that fallen down there? I think it's still on A. Can't quite tell with my depth perception, Kramer. I thought it might have fallen down the vent.
Not quite down the vents yet. For SKADE, they can't get force support on what would have been the standard eco, surely. This with only a Mach 10 as well, and most of the HP of his team now. It's got Lekro to fight on a nasty angle from Lekro.
I mean, Denizl does have access to an AK here. We'll get the upgrade. Lekro's seen it, but Denizl simply faster.
Oh.
The scout gets the finish. And now Dreamer. They're in an unfortunate position, but hey, I said at the beginning of this series, if Dreamer's still alive, SKADE is still alive. Zerk on the double up. What a shot, Dreamer! Put into the ground. And Dignitas bring it back with Deagles and a scout.
I can't help but think that if you are one of the members of SKADE, you've got to question what Dreamer's doing, throwing utility, while Denizl pushes out there. I would have much rather seen them use the numbers to their advantage. Bear in mind, you know you're against a scout. He's not hitting both of you, so you can just pull ahead and shut him down. But instead, we're left with this weird position where Dignitas have come back from a round they really had no business winning.
Oh, that was not the greatest spray there from Ships. And Lekro punishes it. Sure, it's AKs for SKADE, but now we're down to 4. And still a little bit of cushion in the Dignitas bank as well. And now they can simply wait. They have the numbers advantage. SKADE need to force something to work.
Now Lekro shuts down Bubble. 5-on-3. Forest goes for a flank here, but in the process, then he soars onto Lekro. Timing favors Forest to SKADE. They've just been caught out, Harry. This isn't the SKADE we saw open the map.
It's a different SKADE. But it's the same old Rainwaker with the double. Taken solo, though, only 10 HP. Now they have to allow Dreamer to do a good amount of the tanking. 2 versus 2. Hulzerk only with a Galil. Oh, this is an essential duel, and it can't be won. Heap continues to be an absolute menace, and gets even more so. Checks where Rainwaker was before. Oh, you're still here? It's time to retire.
10-9. Harry, I'm just feeling heartbroken for the members of SKADE right now. This was their map. This was their map to take, and they bottled it. Dignitas having won, I think 10 of the last 13 rounds, 12 rounds that we've seen. It's been insane in their favour. SKADE now, a couple of smokes to play with, a few P250s. It's not a great buy, sure, but maybe it's enough to at least inflict a bit of damage. Maybe even save one of these rifles.
1 fresh smoke already used. And 2 smokes to try and cover the approach. Lekro knows what this means, and so sprays away, does some damage to Dreamer. And the Molotov will slow them down yet again. Can't afford to use that last smoke here. But Forest, oh. Big HE damage. Means Dreamer. Very low once again. Freiberg weighs up, taking the swing. Is going to do so.
No,
it's a massacre.
Nasty.
The F twins from Sweden. Make sure there's Fs in the chat for the members of SKADE. Sure, there are eco frags. But in the end, Kremer, all the murders feel as good. And if that line didn't get me on a watch list, I don't know what will.
I feel like shouting about guns. Your neighbours have probably put you on our watch list, Harry. What this has done though is whoever was now listening to you, having realised that you're on a watch list, has just put you further up the level.
I've got an upgrade. I'm a higher tier.
I want to be top 30 in the UK watch list. I think it's my objective. It's if we can achieve it. It's SKADE. A full buy, or at least the best buy they're going to muster for a bit. AKs around the board, no AWP in sight, not much utility to work with. Then with Halzerk, whiffing his Molotov a little bit.
A barrage of util. It's going to be a dirty fight for outside here. Someone hangs behind Lekro, ducks under the smoke, and then rises above it. Plenty of kills through the smoke right now. Dreamer and Denizl fall on down, and Bubble has to grab the bomb themselves. Heap They break the windows of control, reveal their presence, looks over to Decon. We've read it well. Rainwaker is within there. And Rainwaker utilizes the distraction from Bubble. Beautiful timing, beautiful tactics from SKADE. And now Dignitas have to do the 3v3 retake. Ships playing the angle. Lecro falls on down. Defuse kit on the floor, but everyone else has one anyway. Ships has returned to the lobby after a long hiatus. Season 2 of Ships was not ideal. Okay, I'm going now. That was a great kill onto Bubble. But now we have to deal with Ships. Season 3 of Ships has been impressive thus far and continues to be so. 23 and 15.
We're yet to hear back from the critics, Harry, because I having seen Season 2, I'm worried about consistency issues. And for Dignitas, credit's due to them. While they haven't got anyone who's matching Ships, Heap is doing very well. But while Bubble is lacking, you don't see that lack on Dignitas. Every single player is pulling their way. Every single player is doing well. And honestly, Halzerk, for me, is beating Denny's Law in the Orb Duel with this map.
Feels like there haven't even been that many Orb Duels thus far. Admittedly, these streaks have meant that either one team is economically dominating, or the other is.
Yep.
In a very streaky map thus far, Freiburg plays them on top of the generator. Bubble as they make their entry. Flashed off. Destroyed. Denny's Law with the MAC-10. Takes down one. And as the dust clears, it Ships in a 1 versus 2. If anyone can do it, it's Season 3 of Ships coming to a radio station near you. Halzerk falls on down. And now Freiburg has decisions to make. The bomb can be camped. But Freiburg might get a little bit too smart here. Expect Ships up high, but Ships is simply better. Season 3 finale.
Okay,
from SKADE to 11-11.
I'm feeling Season 3.
They brought in the original director again.
that interim guy, yeah, get rid of him. We got Season 1 director, and with Dignitas now, they have no funding with them at all. Yeah, renewing this one's going to be hard. As Halzerk has enough, sure, about 3.8 in the bank. That's just going to go to getting an AWP next round. Luckily, because SKADE have been losing players, a lot of players, in all the rounds they've been winning, their money still isn't great. And it means that Dignitas are always going to be in a position where they can punish that.
Plenty of room for punishment. And Dignitas now. A full eco. USPs, no util, no armor, no defuse kits. May just try and overwhelm someone. And grab one of these AKs for themselves. Grabby hands, Cremor. Grabby hands.
Think long.
Think Mr. Fantastic.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, I'll discuss the Miss Marvel trailer with you later. I don't know if you're even a Marvel fan.
I'm not, but
oh well.
I
guess we won't discuss it then.
I understand it. Like, if you want to get, sounds like it's something you want to get out your system, Harry. I'm not going to stop that. Feel free.
Well, just like you want to get the bubbles out of the system as well. They have been popped. Ships grabs a pair, but at the moment, this is worrying for the side of SKADE. They've lost 2 to this eco, a Galil and an AK now claimed. Bomb has been planted up on A, but hey. Dignitas might be happy to just save the AKs they've already grabbed here. This is fine. This works.
Bear in mind as well, Ships can reinvest next round, Rainwaker can drop, but once again, it's economy. It's economy that SKADE don't really have. And for Dignitas, this is all just silver light. This is all just feel-good frags now. For Lecro, it's going to be caught out here on ramp if he swings a little bit further, but Denny's Saw could be one of the casualties of that. A bomb will go off. SKADE, they'll reclaim their lead at 12 to 11, but it took them a bloody while to get here.
Hey, Lecro was sent to do some funny stuff, right? It's like, okay, you're the one with a USP and no health. Go see if you can, like, backstab someone. And hey, they couldn't, but in the end, it's not a death that Lecro's going to feel bad about, right? Yeah, and Dignitas are going to have a little bit more reinforcement to their economy now. I think that Freiburg, off the back of it, has actually managed to buy someone else a rifle.
I like the fact that Halzerk has been sort of removing himself from a lot of eco rounds, just so he can have the AWP, just so he has that extra cash. And now's where it gets tested. Rainwaker, 1 HP as he makes it into vents.
That's all you need, baby. 1 HP in a dream, Lecro. Flashed off. And that gives an implicit understanding, right? With all of the smokes and the flash as well, Lecro calling out now that someone is definitely going over towards B. And they're exactly right. 3 players are down there, and at the moment, Dignitas don't even have any staff on hand. Heap is going to be the one to try and stop this, and hey, anyone can have a round. It's going to be Heap.
I've got a question for you, Harry.
Hit me.
Which is, it's going to test your CS knowledge, and those in the chat can participate as well.
Oh.
What combination of things puts you to 1 HP in CS? Is it like shot from an M4, wallbang shot from an M4, nade, just something like that? What do you think leaves you on 1 HP?
I don't know, man. I'm a play-by-play caster. I don't do maths.
Well, it's a trick question. It's a trick question, Harry, because nothing does that. In order to be on 1 HP, you need an element of random, because no combination of bullets or wallbangs will do it.
Oh my goodness, Dreamer with a double. Excellent spray control. And an element of luck, an element of randomness. We look towards Brownie in motion. And it faded in the direction of a Bulgarian. SKADE forced down yet again. That buy from Dignitas. Both of these sides seeming to a little bit prefer the T side.
Which is surprising when, on Dignitas, 65% of their rounds are won on their CT side. But SKADE is about 50, 55, 60. So there is statistically a huge dependency on CT side. But for this series at least, that's out the window, Harry. It's just out the window. SKADE, once again, going for a bit of a default here, this time not quite emphasising their presence on outside as they have been these last couple. Let's let Crow to back off for the time being, while Heap is going to be zoned out on ramp.
Oh, what a shot from Denny's Law. On the Heap jump spot. Expected it. Up close, though. Dignitas strike back once more. Let Crow will be able to get themselves an upgrade, but should be checked upon here by Dreamer. Didn't actually look upwards. Forest was playing it from above. The tallest tree in the woods. Forest doing his best Redwood impression. And trust me, if those fall on you, they are deadly. Sure, the bomb is planted here in SKADE. They might be able to convert this round. But Dignitas, it might well be another save with a pair of AKs they've grabbed. And Hulzerk with 3.3k. They're in a position where they could indeed grab another AWP. They found the AK that was lost before. And so everyone just begins to creep away. Dignitas will surrender. A 14th round to SKADE in a calculated risk here, Kramer.
I can't help but think that while it's great that Dignitas are saving these AKs, and if you are, in a round where you would have gone in with a couple of pistols, saving 3 AKs is awesome. But how many times can Dignitas do that? Because right now, they're 2 rounds away from losing their map pick. It's a silver lining to only get you so far. And right now, Ships, currently on 30 kills, is playing out of his mind. That's even scarier when Dennis and Rainwaker are waking up as well. He was matching Ships for a while, but Ships has just ploughed on ahead. And right now, he is a locomotive that looks unstoppable.
30 bomb from Ships. If you want to aim like your favorite Bulgarian players, consider the M4 wireless mouse from our partners over at Extrafire. Use code WIN10 for 10% off and get customizable shells. However, when it comes to shells, Hulzerk sends them at lightning speed into bubble. Hulzerk with the point-blank shot into Ships' head. The shotgun AWP, baby. Simply hits different, but now that is surrendered and irrecoverable for Dignitas, unless they try to do it late in the round. 3 versus 4, though. Norwegian Mario's sacrifice will be remembered. The Mushroom Kingdom smiles upon you, sir, and so too does Freiburg. The Rainwakers down in Africa have not been blessed today.
SKADE looking to back off and once again attempt outside, where Lecro on a forwarded angle is doing a lot of damage to Dreamer here.
I think Lecro here is looking to try and recover the AWP from the fallen Freiburg, but is going to be forced to back away. Just making some cheeky little ideas in that area. I'll try and make the same play later on in the round after having played this a touch more conservatively, knowing that if they do get too frisky, they can be punished here. And if Dignitas are punished by SKADE, that would be match point. So safety comes first in these.
I hear the drums echoing tonight, Harry. They're war drums, though. And right now, We definitely have a war on hands. SKADE, it's going to be a 14-12 unless something, well, unspeakable happens on outside. But that would require a monumental whiff on Dignitas' part.
I think there's some whispers of a quiet conversation over here.
I'm one-upping that.
That's a nice molly on top of the EWP as well. Forest goes out after winning the round, hoping to maybe punish this. The EWP, Gaslight, Gatekept, and Girl Bossed by the Molotov. Cannot be recovered, but hey, rounds are round. Dignitas begin to tie it up even closer, 12-14.
Denisov still not AWPing on the seaside. I mean, Harry Boy is waiting there for you. Like he has enough money for the AWP. He's got enough money for the AWP. He's got enough for the utility around it as well. He's already seen that Halzox likes to peek into him because Halzox realized that SKADE aren't AWPing on their T side, but he's still not buying it.
All ships have seen Lecro throw out that incendiary. Knows that they are playing in mini. Dare they risk this peak? Oh, it's risky, Kramer. It's so risky, and it does not pay off. Thanks for the upgrade, says Lecro. Real nice of you, bud. Oh, Holzerk. In the halls, in the stairs, in the morgue. Dreamer will fall.
Halzook looking to double down as well. Rainwaker alone now as he heads to ramp, hoping for an entry of some form. But SKADE, they need that AWP on Denislaw. They can't keep messing around with these full AK buys. Hope Ships gets a kill and sort of move from there. I mean, yeah, he's having a great game. A great game for how long?
I mean, with Holzerk playing at these close angles as well, it's going to take a lot to get him away from him. Oh. Rainwaker just sees... who was that? That was Heap's POV, just watching a T-Corpse fall in front of them. Rainwaker, at the moment, in the 1 versus 5. Does not test Heap. Doesn't move towards the bomb. No... There is only one player of Freiburg at the moment who has not been able to upgrade to the AK. So you know what, Rainwaker? You keep that for yourself. This is very much needed. As SKADE, admittedly, they have been able to get quite a few more full buys because they haven't been taking those big economical hits from buying the AWP, but they still aren't able to compete with Holzerk yet.
No, they're not. Dignitas once again looking damn strong, and they actually try and harass Rainwaker here. Oh, the nade stack!
Cyber.
That's so good!
Cyberbullying.
It's robbed. Denislaw, please bring the AWP out. And he doesn't! He goes for AKs once again. I really don't like that, Harry. I really don't like that. Halzerk's just being given the option to roam free. He's now top fragging for Dignitas because he's been given the space to do so.
Uncontested on these long sight lines. And sometimes even going for the short sight lines. Holzerk is playing some very unconventional angles with the CWP. Guarding secret, playing on the boxes for outside. Forest is going to get themselves a quick battle here against Denislaw, but Denislaw, they have to stand still to fire, and that means they're moving through the fire and the flames, and they won't be carrying on at all. Still, lootable weapons for multiple members of SKADE who are underarmed at the moment. Dreamer caught with their rifle. Freiburg just turns on a dime. He senses them in the night. He's got electrophoric sensors in his nose.
Rainwaker. Now, the last player of SKADE with armor picks up that AK and bravely looks to retake ramp now, where the next prong of SKADE's attack will land. But Freiburg may just go aggressive here.
Freiburg frisky. A tight angle Rainwaker. Might have trouble checking this. 76 HP, certainly an advantage here for Rainwaker. Bubble, are they going to be the one to make the scout with the bomb in hand? Indeed they are. Will Rainwaker take the swing? Yes, they will. Gets it done. Will they look up? No, it's Holzerk again, striking from above like a Norwegian AC-130.
Yahoo! From an AC-130. Must be absolutely terrifying.
Yahoo! Kill streak available!
The Mario games would be much shorter if Mario had the AC-130.
If Mario had kill streaks. Tactical nuke inbound!
Bowser, he would know what hit him, bless him. He thinks that castle's going to stop a predator drone. Peach would become collateral damage. I feel like Mario at that point has lost all morals. Scared. They go for a timeout. This spy, Harry, this is it. There's nothing behind it. Bubble having a very, very shaky game. Currently going 6 kills to 24 deaths.
And unfortunately, we did kind of predict in our pre-spiel when we were covering for Denny's Law's internet outage that Bubble has had quite a few poo games.
Yes.
I remember an Ancient in particular where Bubble probably went like 1-25. It was not ideal at all. I think Dreamer actually ended up carrying that game with like a 36 kill streak or something. It was mad.
Yeah, they've had some troubling times, haven't they? And I like the fact we are seeing these timeouts. You know, it shows that there's an attempt to at least keep them at arm's length. But I don't know if this is... I kind of think that this is too little too late.
Overtime Siren Song will beckon. Can it be found? And even more importantly, who at the moment would feel that overtime is a rescue for them? Like Dignitas, after that streak against them, they might have felt that they were lucky to get as far as they did, but hey, they've made SKADE look foolish in so many areas. A run over onto A and the cup runneth over with blood, Crema. It's a sanguine funeral for members of Dignitas as they will celebrate the deaths of SKADE and sup upon their blood. 2 versus 5. And Dreamer has big hopes, but has revealed their position.
For now. On outside, Dreamer. Already wounded, beaten, battered. It's going to meet his end, leaving Denny's Law in a 1v5, Harry. How do you fancy his chances?
I ain't feeling too hot on it, Crema. I feel like Denny's Law has been overwritten by multiple statutes. I don't think the Supreme Court is going to be holding up Denny's Law for long. And here come the search party. Dignitas are doing a tactical sweep right now. And you know what? They are looking like a proper SWAT team there. That was well cleared.
15-14.
Look at that. The odds have tightened up to Dignitas being the favorite for the overall match.
Momentarily. Momentarily, Harry. They swing back. Do you see this going to overtime?
No. Look at the
Really?
buy on SKADE.
I mean, sure, it's not great, but we've seen teams do more with less.
No way Dignitas throw this.
It would be Dignitas' round to lose, and with a lot of utility to back up the Eagles, it puts all the more pressure onto the Galeals and outside, where Halzerk, the aforementioned Dorper, the one who's been such a thorn in the side of SKADE, is going to look to try and stop them.
Oh, Freiburg turns on a dime. This guy is all about the rotation and the shot, but does not know directly behind them is Bubble, picking up their 7th kill for some unlucky number, and for Bubble certainly so. That's a 2nd now. The bomb yet to be planted and is still in the able hands of Dreamer. Rainwaker can't defeat Forest even after the spray. A pair of Deegs separate SKADE from losing a map they had such an advantage in. At 1.7-1, I believe, Crema. Dreamer adjusts. Dreamer slays! Dreams! This is what they are made of! Viva Bulgaria! SKADE take us to overtime!
He's done it! Oh my god!
If Dreamer is alive, SKADE aren't dead.
Remember, SKADE and Deagles, man, they are a nasty combo. They are a nasty combo. And now, with it standing level pegging, what on earth do SKADE do next? I mean, how do you one-up that? That round came from nothing. What do you do with rifles now? And they still don't get the AWP. Oh, Harry, SKADE, why not AWP on your seaside?
Sad times for Crema.
I really don't like it. I really don't like it. It's why Dignitas were able to actually turn their seaside around, because Halzerk was able to start AWPing.
Necro. All 1, 2, 3. Oh, he sprays and he prays, and well, when the Swedes pray, Odin answers. And Valhalla awaits for Lecro. Well earned with that 3k. 4 versus 2 now.
Rainwaker It's a clean kill, sure. 2 on 3. Low HP on Rainwaker means that Bubble has to do the majority of the heavy lifting here. He's in danger of being outflanked through the lobby crunch.
Bubble pre-aiming. Lovely stuff from Bubble. Waking up towards the end here and put back to sleep by Forest. Risky to go for the bomb itself, but does manage to pick it up. Allzerk didn't want to hold that aggressive an angle, but noise is going to be made here. Surely that'll be heard from Garage. Molly to gatekeep vents. And a plant on top of all of this. 1 versus 2. The bomb plant not interrupted, but a crossfire is going to be generated. 1 from Double Doors, 1 from Decon. Rainwaker's going to be backing straight into Allzerk, and there he is. Super Mario saves the Mushroom Kingdom once more.
Oh, Harry. Oh, Harry. Dignitas. They go 16-15 up. Please, SKADE, just bring out the AWP. Please, just fight. If they had an AWP that peeked through red there, Lecro dies. Because you take the range with him. But instead, SKADE, when you go for 5 rifles, Harry, the premise is that you're able to go, you're able to go aggressively. You're able to go for these faster, higher tempo plays. But SKADE, they're not getting it up, and instead they're just doing the same positioning you would do as if you had an AWP, which makes it look they're treating themselves as if they have a bad buy. A timeout's called here, which gives Dignitas a chance to recuperate as well. I don't know what to think when it comes to Dignitas here, where there's all the more pressure on them now, particularly on Allzerk, who has to keep up this form. Because the second SKADE at their CT side and Dennis whips out an AWP, Allzerk needs to be ready to challenge him again.
I mean, it feels like so long ago that Dennis Law could even buy an AWP. Like, I don't know if Dennis Law got the confidence and the momentum on the few rounds that they could get an AWP out, but it seems so long ago now that they feel that they could do it on the T side. There it is, finally bought by Dennis Law. AWP, back in action. But you're messing with a Allzerk who is feeling hot right now.
Ships fighting the smoke. Clean opening. Lecro falls. Suddenly things are looking a little bit more positive for SKADE, particularly with Ships doubling down.
And remember, Ships, those are 2 kills and now they're on 32. We talked about their 30 bomb, what feels like about 20 minutes ago. Kramer, Allzerk had no idea. Ships on for the ace. That would be certainly a way to turn it around here for SKADE. Freiburg, dangerously close, and Ships takes the corner and will fall. Still, the bomb will be planted by Dreamer, who ducks over into Decon. Freiburg and Forest. The F boys on Dignitas. Make a loud approach. Freiburg certainly wasn't as much so, but Forest joining them, stomping along like an elephant in high heels. Bubble meets from early. And the bubble does get burst. 1 versus 2 now for Forest. Difficult to clutch, especially with the lack of time that they have. Moving on forward, slowed down by the bullet. Dreamer finishes it off 16-16. SKADE convert on the round where they buy an AWP.
Why is Dennis still picking up an AWP now? I don't understand it. You're picking up Allzerk's AWP. You could have bought your own. Why? Just why? But at least he has it now. But over on Dignitas, Allzerk's been AWPing all game, and honestly, I would argue that Allzerk, because he's kept that momentum, he's probably going to outperform Dennis Law here, just because he's been consistently wielding that big scary weapon.
Ships already almost out of util, but not out of aim. Freiburg! Oh, that was actually Allzerk who grabbed it from the other side. I thought it was a 1 deke. That would have been quite cool. Oh, alas, it's Allzerk striking back already with 2. Make it 3. I'll show you how to warp, son. I'm a new generation. And I'm the new daddy.
Bubble. Make some noise in vents. It's a Hail Mary, and I mean, a bomb plant will certainly help, but will even be able to get off the site here in this 1 versus 4.
A big ask of Bubble. Avoids the HE. Will not avoid Allzerk, who finishes off the CT side with a 4K on the AWP. Mamma mia.
Mamma mia, indeed. Dignitas, they take the half. 17-16 in their favour. Remember, in overtime, at least first overtime, the magic number you're after is 19. If it goes 18-18, you've all but confirmed double overtime. Do you see Dignitas taking this, Harry, or do you think we're going to be seeing a SKADE comeback on the CT side?
I think Dignitas have everything they need now. Like, this is Dignitas' map pick, as you can see in the top right. This is where Dignitas are very much in a must-win scenario.
It is must-win, and for... I mean, even if it does go to double OT, I mean, it may just become a matter of whoever wins 2 rounds on their T side first, which we're yet to see thus far. We are yet to see thus far. With Heap looking to lurk outside, the rest of Dignitas set their gaze to ramp, where Rainwaker is the man to be tested.
Rainwaker waits with the incendiary in hand, drops off after having pushed it down. Lecro, look at how fast they've moved. Rainwaker didn't suspect it. Denny's Law, will they expect Lecro to be this close? The swing after the shot is taken, sure, Freiburg falls, but in the end, Dignitas have their man advantage. Ship's waiting with the AWP, the second AWP. Tucks in to these boxes. Will they be drop cleared is the question. Unlikely. Oh, they are going to be drop cleared.
Oh, the
no-scope! Oh! He's been Gumba stomped! It's a cosplay and nothing more here at CS. The Pinnacle Cup number 3. The Mario game you have been waiting for. And it's for Swedes this time, who are getting the mushrooms.
It was actually Gumba stomped. Halzak. Well, I mean, Halzak, he just... For me, Halzak just won this game for Dignitas. Bear in mind, he hasn't had 2 flashy rounds, apart that one, but it's the consistency, which is what's been giving them their effectiveness, and right now, I'm worried for SKADE. I won't lie. I'm worried, Harry.
Extended Mario meme count as narrative casting?
That's narrative. Yeah, it's narrative. Don't worry.
Oh, man. Dignitas. They will sit on match point now, and tell you what, Halzak is looking hot today. Bubble forced to save in overtime. Has broken double digits on the kills, admittedly. No more double AWP on the defensive setup. Ship's not going to be opting into this.
Do or die now for SKADE. This duel between Dennis Law and Halzak, I mean, between the two of them, Halzak has been winning the duel. Dennis Law hasn't actually been killing players in general with this AWP, and well, Halzak will prove why he's winning that.
Simply built different.
Just built different.
Norway will have its revenge. And it's a dish best served ice cold here at the Pinnacle Winter Series. Quiet on the Western Front for now. Forays made throughout side by Dignitas, knowing that this is a very good chance to win this entire series right here. 3-3 with Halzak on a hot streak. Not going to be complaining.
Through the smoke, Dreamer desperately tries to catch out one of these players, the 3-on-3. Dignitas, the majority of their attack actually turned over to Secret with Lecro falling. Halzak and Forrest have to open it up against a lurking Bubble.
Bubble can try and play a head glitch here. Oh, never mind. One and done. Bubble takes their timber, gets on out, and Halzak in a 1 versus 3. Surely it's impossible. Oh, they're just going to get onto the site here. Oh, Bubble is fast. Bubble is fast.
Even in rounds where Halzak absolutely has no hope in hell of winning it.
that was a smoke that comes with look, boys, watch this.
Yeah, look what I found. Dignitas 18-17 up now. Have SKADE gaze over to what could be the relative comfort of double overtime. But should we even be here, SKADE, with such a huge lead to start the map? I can't help but feel like this is a backhanded achievement to even hit double overtime.
In the end, Kramer, the only thing that will matter when the dust settles is who has a map point next to their name. And Dignitas, they are hungry for exactly that. Their Freiburg has been bruised in their attempts to get so. Ships is actually moving here in a double death squad with Rainwaker. Moving as a duo here to try and clear out B. Might be a lack of information here on the side of SKADE that they're looking to address.
Yeah, Morazax coming in. Freiburg looking to go for a flash on the close angle that Bubble was playing last round. Fortunately, SKADE not interested in this position anymore. Bubble's going to hear all this noise made in secret as well. Ship's going to relay that to his team as they get ready to at least defend this position, but it's only 2 players to worry about. The main body of the Dignitas force are looking for this lobby crunch.
Ships lies in wait. Turns away at the wrong second. Heap now might be able to get themselves an advantageous duel. Still bloodless thus far. Dreamer looking over towards Hulzerk. A shot is going to hit, but not slay. Bubble opens up once more. Overtime. He's a different beast for it. And Dreamer falling first is going to make sure that Dignitas have themselves an idea of how to play this. Denny's Law, the underhanded lob, over towards one of the standard plant spots, but no one's there to catch it. The AWP up high. Remember, Dignitas, they aren't worried here about tight positions where they could die to bomb. If they died to bomb, it would be a glorious martyrdom if that explodes. Half the time is gone. SKADE need to move. SKADE need to slay, but only Lekro has fallen thus far. It's down to Ships in Season 4. Will it be a return to glory? The answer's no, because Valhalla will be earned by Dignitas.
It's a monumental comeback from Dignitas to be able to get to this position, not only to slog themselves back from a 7-1 deficit, and make the majority of their comeback happen on their T side, their least favored side of the map, and then they get to overtime, and they just dictate that pace. Halzer, an incredible performance from him there, to be able to bring Dignitas that victory. 19-17 they take it, as they look to set the tone for what may be a very close series.
CS enthusiasts, welcome back to Pinnacle Winter Series. We're hopping into map number 2. It's Overpass, it's SKADE's pick, but Dignitas have won map number 1. Ooh. Yeah, Dignitas already favored in our odds as well now. They didn't come into this match as favorites. And it's going to be interesting. As Dignitas now, the odds from our partners at Pinnacle favoring them. Make sure you sign up with code WINTER22 to let them know that we sent you if you fancy going and placing a bet. If you're 18 and over and you're having fun and you're being safe while doing it, you feel free to indulge yourself. 3 members of SKADE do remain, but Denny's Law opens for well, Freiburg a little bit messy on the aim here. Denny's Law, can they win it? No, Freiburg in the end does find their man Forest. Dare they battle down into the canal. Rainwaker, a little bit of a magician with a Glock, but no HP to play with. One shot will put them in the ground. 6 to work with. Krakow on one side, Forest on the other. Body armor for both. And a defuse kit in the hands of Forest. If they fall down up here, this means that Krakow has to move fast now. Without access to that defuse kit.
Falls into water. There's a chance.
Krakow just tries to make it happen. Oh! No! Rainwaker is he's built different, baby! God. 6 HP in a dream, gets 2 frags on 2 armored opponents. What a Chad.
6 HP, Harry, he could have been on 1. That was an incredible round from Rainwaker there. After a laboured duel on Heaven, I thought, okay, well, maybe he can do some damage, but no, he just snaps to it. And I think Dignitas actually give him a bit too much respect there. See how they're picking 1 at a time, they actually just don't push. And for Krakow, by the time he does do it, Rainwaker is able to take the 1v1, he lands some shots.
Oh, ships. Season 5, baby. Will it be the comeback? The AK in hand, certainly.
How do we measure seasons with ships?
Every time I make the reference, I add another one.
No.
I mean, they work on my clock, Kremer.
Coordinated.
I'm Cronus now.
We'll start breaking it. We'll leave every season on a really annoying cliffhanger. That way it's 6 months before we bring it out and don't address the cliffhanger. That's all.
Oh, SKADE. With their advantage here, I've already lost out on ships, and that is unfortunate. I believe ships was in toilets while being lost, and that means that their AK is now very recoverable. In fact, it's in the hands of Heap, who's moving down now, I believe, onto the site. This has been read very well by Dignitas.
Well, it's a good read. Will it be enough to stop them, though, when they are this significantly outgunned? Then he saw making the first peek here. We're to make these inroads. 30 seconds left. The option for a rotation slowly diminishing for SKADE. But having gone quiet, do they bait Dignitas into the false sense of security here?
Could someone throw a flash? One's in the hand of Denny's Law, one's in the hands of Rainwaker. Denny's Law could ask for a flash here to try and make their entry. HE sent into Monster, that's going to do a bit of damage. Freiburg flashed off, run and gun his bubble. Forest behind. These barrels may well burn away, and indeed they will, but not before taking multiple players with them. Forest grabs 2 with the Dig. Dignitas strike true, but SKADE are simply better when it comes to the overall armory. Bonus from the bomb plant. And once again, our partners at Pinnacle present you, ladies and gentlemen, sire, the odds you requested.
Thank you very much, Squire. And for temp.gg/winter, you'll find these odds pretty much dead set even. Remember, over at Pinnacle, with low margins and high limits, you can win and bet some more over at temp.gg/winter or temp.gg/live odds. Both of them will take you to Pinnacle. Both of them are awesome. And for both TV and for Pinnacle, they made it all possible. So give them the love they absolutely deserve. For SKADE, now as they back off, having made noise and found him, it's all a bit of a ruse, Harry. Ships are going to be the man to just sell a bit of a fake, while the rest of SKADE bear down on B.
Barring any tragedy here, we can use this pistol round to talk about the historical precedent between these teams. Last time SKADE and Dignitas met was actually in the Pinnacle Winter Series number 2, and SKADE won that 2-0. And as you'd expect with the taste, it was the same 2 maps, It was Nuke and Overpass. Both of them won in a 16-3 fashion. And I am a little bit cautious here, Kramer, because SKADE appeared to be on a little bit of a streak, but these are eco frags, and we thought the same thing going into Nuke, didn't we?
We absolutely did. And, well, I mean, going into Nuke, SKADE, they started the map by dominating it. It was Dignitas, once they got their full buy, once they got that AWP out on Halzerk, everything took a turn for the worse, and Dignitas just woke up and started dominating. Now, Overpass, and this is something I heard from Smuya a while back. Of course, Smuya, a pretty good player as far as players go. He mentioned that your Overpass is sort of dictated by how good your AWP is. And if your AWP's feeling confident, your Overpass becomes a very easy map to play. However, as we saw from SKADE on their T-side of Nuke, they don't like T-side AWPing. And because of that, it does put a bit of a spanner in the works. Halzerk, he doesn't care. If there's an option to bring out an AWP, he'll bring out the AWP, Harry. He likes that gun. And L96 is an awesome gun. It's credit where credit's due to him. But he really has been able to dictate that pace for Dignitas on Nuke. He could easily do so again over on Overpass.
Oh, eyes on Halzerk. They took an aggressive peek over towards Fountain, and actually the timing didn't prefer them. It took the peek, then turned away, and as they did so, caught by multiple bullets. That's why Halzerk is so low now, heading back to a much more cowed and a lot more relenting position. Trying to play on the long instead, where they can have their advantages. Forest falls down. Rainwaker responsible for that. Rifles once again across the board for SKADE as they continue to build up a little bit of an economic backbone.
They do just that. Forest already out in the rounds. Give SKADE that man advantage, but as they do have that man advantage, something that SKADE fell, a trap they fell into, a pitfall they were in for what felt like a good few rounds on Nuke, was they get a man advantage, they get cocky, they push, they get punished, and they end up in a kind of 3-on-3, 2-on-2 after plant, which in itself is a bloody difficult circumstance to worm your way out of.
Ah, a lot of trouble here, spotting SKADE before SKADE spot them. And it's because they're making these aggressive peaks. They're trying to actively gather the info. Freiburg, could they be the savior of Dignitas and deliver that round they hunger for so badly? Freiburg looks to battle, but it's Lekro with the peel. Heaps fallen elsewhere. Halzerk on the cross is going to fall to Rainwaker with another pair of trio. Rainwaker is alive and well until Lekro decides, but that's not going to be the case. Ships with 7 seconds. Lekro can just grab the AWP, run away. Is there time for a plant here? There might well be. Just in the nick of time. Ships is built different, baby. Lekro's up top. It's a difficult weapon for the retake. So much room that needs to be cleared, so much space that needs to be taken. And Lekro, there's going to be that nagging thought in the back of his mind. Dare I try and save this AWP? My team is ruined economically, and Halzerk can do such big things with it. It's a risk, and it's a big one. A tap upon the bomb ships as well, presented for
Oh!
Unbelievable!
Oh my God!
A madman! So much risk. And there should be the reward. There is no defuse kit, but just in the nick of time, the defuse is given. Oh, Dignitas, my heart.
Be still, my pulsating heart. That was a hell of a round from Lekro. But so to highlight, Harry, is Rainwaker. He isn't giving up these rounds easily. Currently going 10-1 in just 4 rounds, Harry. This is the dominating start we saw Ships do over on Nuke. Now, the problem Ships had was being able to do it consistently. As we sort of hit seasons 2 and 3, it did really fall off a little bit. But once they got the writers back, once they got those producers back, he really did pick up on the T side. For Dignitas, though, it was Halzerk who was dominating start to finish. But with a shaky first round on the AWP, can he make up for it now? Being dropped at once again by Lekro, with Dignitas no money at all in the bank here. And FAMAS's and MP9s having to be brought out.
Come on, lads. I downed a whole half-liter energy drink in the break. You got to give my heart a break.
You went through the whole thing?
I'm a speed drinker, Grammar. What can I say? I'm a consumer.
God. If that isn't reason, Dignitas, to give us a good performance, I'll add SKADE as well. I don't know
Can
what
you
is.
induce a cardiac event in leg day? Freiburg, lovely with a FAMAS takes down ship first. A big frag to grab in Forest. Lekro playing as a duo. The MP9. Not the ideal weapon at this range, but hey, in the hands of a veteran. It could be well handled. Dennis Law has opted into the T-side orb. This is what you wanted on Nuke Kremer. And Hulzerk's going to slowly make their way onto the site. Heaven's going to be well regarded. Dennis Law takes the swing, beats out Heap. They can't beat Hulzerk, though. The Alpha Orp takes out against Dreamer, who's simply built different. The MP9 stands no chance against a Dream.
Hell of a round there, actually. And for Hulzerk, he seemed to miss the... He missed the easy shot and hit the hard shot.
Yes.
Instantly flicking to Dennis Law, he kills him. But then with a player who, with a Galil at that range, is just taking a man fight with him, he misses that one. SKADE, they go forward up as Dignitas, they seem to be struggling to find their footing over on Overpass, which is not where you want to be on your CT side. The side which both teams historically are favoured, but as Nuke showed, favourment doesn't matter.
You can call me a Dignitas fanboy. I'm going to call myself a historian. SKADE fumbled a 7-1 lead on Nuke.
They did.
I don't know how I want to read into early domination. Because Dignitas, they certainly have a spin-up time, you know? They're like a lawnmower. You gotta tug on the cord a couple times until they get going.
I have a little survey I want to take with you and the people in the chat. Have you ever started a lawnmower on your first tug of the ripcord? The same goes for any form of engine like that, like a chainsaw as well. You ever done it on the first tug?
Well,
oh!
Heap is different, baby!
What?
Look at this, already moving out onto Optimus. Rainwaker gonna punish it, moving in through Bank now. Lecro, mad fire with the Deeg. And Bubble, I believe, gets a pair with the MAC-10 there, so that's a nice little bit of padding to the bank. And look at this, Bubble is already halfway to his frag count on Nuke. Sorry, Bubble.
That was mean. But Bubble, the IGL of SKADE looking to recover. And I think one of the reasons SKADE did struggle on Nuke was the fact that you didn't have that fragging power in Bubble. Now you do. My question becomes, does this mean that SKADE just pull ahead and look dominant? 4-man boost. Now, when you go for this 4-man boost, you do lose a lot of map control. Luckily for SKADE, they didn't really reveal it, and they got into that position very damn quickly. Dignitas aren't quite able to punish it.
Hulzerk back on the AWP. Dennis Law hasn't won much in the way of AWP duels thus far, but has been doing some damage to other members of Dignitas. As long as you avoid the mustachioed maestro, everything's fine.
Haha, this is fine. SKADE.
Surrounded by Molotovs, this is fine.
Yeah. SKADE. They go for a fairly late take through Fountain here. Heap on the shoulder peak is going to be the only man who actually knows they're coming. Hulzerk has a bit of a wider berth on Banana rather than through toilets, which means Heap has to divide his attention.
Chance of collateral here is high. Oh, Hulzerk can't adjust downwards enough. It's a lesser shot onto Dennis Law, and Lecker actually runs for Molly. This is fine. As they tuck in behind the truck. Look at this, Heap on the backstab. Oh, that's amazing. That's huge. This is the map control that you lost for the 4-man stack. That boost may well have boosted Dignitas' chances of winning this. Can the AWP be recovered is the question. Not sure if it's been entirely found. No, it can't. That does some significant damage to the overall economy of Dignitas. But hey, round's a round, Kremer.
A round is a round, and I mean, let's be honest, even though it was a fairly laboured performance from Dignitas there, Heap is able to recover, and I'm very happy with the fact that Heap actually goes to that wider peak on the AK rather than instantly swinging to fight the MAC-10, which is, you already know there's going to be a closer player. You've already heard the con through your teammate in Bank that there are 2 pushing you. Really nice bit of discipline from Heap, actually, to fight the more armoured player first. However, my question once again goes to Dignitas. Can you repeat that success?
Dennis Law playing in the dark. I am the knight. And I believe Bubble there conferring fresh strategies. However, if you think you know the strategies, if you think you know how it's going to go, mouse over the stream and hit that illuminated green play button. That's our extension partner, Stream Cards. Allows you to try and predict what's going to be happening in the next round of CS using a deck of cards to earn points. And you can play it single player, so you can get straight into the action if you do so desire.
Halzuk has to back off for the time being. On an M4, not his weapon of choice. Luckily, it may not even come to use. As SKADE, with a shaky buy, actually, the deal having to come out on Rainwaker, the Galil on Bubble, it's not a favourable position, but is it enough to shut down Dignitas as they set up outside Monster, ready for a cascadement onto this B site? The double monster setup now means they are susceptible, at least Forest is susceptible to being flashed off the angle. Freiburg, is he in a good enough position to save his teammate though?
Freiburg paying counter flash for smoke begins to fade. Forest can't get the double.
Ooh.
Dreamer almost kills a teammate right there, but in the end, the 2 frags are more than worth it. Now it's Lekro, the Clutchmeister of B to try and make it work. It's a double peek from Rainwaker, dropping down into that area. Sure, the HE will do the damage, but it won't claim their life. Ulzerk with the M4, not their preferred weapon, is going to be taken on close here. This is very aggressive from Ships. And the reward is there as Denny's Law is the one to actually hit the killing blow. Keeping a 1 versus 2, but the bomb still hasn't been planted. Ships may well have been noted there as they made their cross. Heap, will they try and spam away here to stop this plant? No. Instead, creeping up. Slow and steady wins the race in this case.
Timing.
But Ships has passed him by. The information
that's heartbreaking.
may well not be gathered. A false negative could well doom Heap. Denny's Law's playing this from far away, and Heap, they're going to get the timing on Ships here. Easy. And now a tap up on the bomb. Suspecting where Denny's Law is going to come from. A pre-aim is good, but the fire is not. Yet another tap on the bomb. Make Denny's Law come on in and check it. But Denny's Law, they're just teasing them. Oh, baby. I'm a pack of cigarettes and a nice bottle of wine because that teasing was brutal.
That was rough. That's for sure. Dignitas, bear in mind that for Heap, he played that clutch perfectly. He knew exactly where the last 2 players were. Once you see the player in water, you know, well, you've already cleared long. Yes, it's heartbreaking about the movement from SKADE there. Credit where credit's due to them to actually just outmaneuver Heap without knowing where he is. But the elements were there for Heap to win that. Bit of a whiff on the afterplant. A timeout is called straight afterwards. You do have an AK to now toy with what'll be, you could just about buy. I mean, Halzuk and Freiburg don't have too much cash. Heap can't really drop, but there's a world where we see the CT side at least put up some form of defense against a SKADE who still don't have a good economy. Players are still dying, and because of that, they are still having to reinvest every single round they win, even with the help of bomb plants.
It is tenuous and strained, Kremer. But this is an admirable T-side. And we knew coming into this that SKADE, they are hot on this map. Lots of times it has been played. It's one of their very favorites, if I can remember exactly how many times they've played it. I think it's quite a few. Maybe over 20. Oh no, it's actually 12. 83% win rate, though. Inferno, they've played over 24 times, in fact.
Right, though. That was a lovely flash there by Lekro. Dennis still falls. And that's how you garner a man advantage, Harry. Halzuk once again with an AWP, but once again, Halzuk hasn't had the impact we've seen on Nuke. This could be the round where he turns it around, but we're already kind of 9 rounds into our first half. Yet to see Halzuk kind of do anything to make my heart leap out of my chest, which is something I've learned to expect if Nuke was anything to go by. On the flip side, though, Ships and Dennis are also being a little bit quieter, but that's where Bubble has been stepping it up.
Hey, look at this. Forest expended a spoke in order to upgrade to that AWP. Previously, they only had Fatigue, and that's turned this from a weak buy on Dignitas into a fearsome one. Ships has found that out the hard way. Dreamer with the wallbang headshot. What a monster. Takes advantage of a lack of head armor. And now Lekro has to try and save this. Freiburg tucked in. They believed it was cleared. They believed that Lekro had their back. The flash is solid. Ulzerk needs to hit this shot, but Bubble just continues to tease at them. Will the second AWP be found? Ulzerk already had one. No one else goes for it. No double AWP setup for Dignitas anymore.
Luckily, Dignitas don't often go for double AWP setups. It's not something we see very often from them. It's something that SKADE like bringing out instead. Now, they finally win a round, and it's off the back of a very solid flash there from Lekro to sort of kickstart the whole thing. But for SKADE, they're now left with a 6-3 scoreline, and I said earlier that both teams prefer their CT side. I want to quickly take that back. SKADE prefer their CT side. Dignitas actually about even win rate on both sides.
Oh, ships. They've got 2 players low. Denny's Law picks up the scout, but it's Bubble with a 3rd man in who gets the first kill here. A MOUZ attempts at an escape from Rainwaker, but Forest adjusts it well. Halzert covers their own escape as Forest wraps around the back and means that Bubble can't feel safe anywhere. But with an AK saved and the team's finances in tatters, I think we might be in for a long haul here. Unless, of course, Forest can pull something out of their hat and get rid of Bubble early.
Bubble, I think he's wary of the fact that he's lost connector control, and he's sort of just clearing ramp as more of a precautionary measure.
Forest.
Unfortunately, timing once again, just heartbreaking.
Oh, no saves for you.
Both of these teams now have had heartbreaking rounds from timing. First, Heap in that clutch, and then, of course, Bubble there being caught out with the AK. So at least it's even, right? At least it's not one team that's kind of being heartbroken by this. But for the members of Dignitas now, 2 rounds on the bounce. That was how they made their comeback from 7-1. It's 2 rounds on the bounce. They just strung it from there. Is this where it
beating
happens,
their previous speed record, Cram, with SKADE only on 6.
There
It's
you
all
go.
about iteration and improvement.
They're min-maxing. That's what they are.
Oh man, you just made the the center of my brain that was dedicated to my MMO memories of 5 years of addiction light up like Blackpool Beach.
My inner like wow had like a little spasm there when I said min-max.
Whoa.
I tried playing.
Are you stacking enough haste, Cremor?
I honestly, man, I played the worst healing class in one of the most healing-oriented metas, and I was bullied.
Dude.
And then I stopped playing, and then that healing class became the main one to go to.
In my MMO, I ran the equivalent of like a haste warrior build, and it was stacked.
That's the technical term. Stacked.
It was pretty stacked, man.
Yeah.
Oh, one day I will let you know
industry,
about my long history of MMOs, but it won't be today, Cremor, because this is anybody's game at range. Letko and Freiburg win these out easily. It's simply eco frags, and Rainwaker now is being held hostage by Heap. However, Heap has reason to worry. Rainwaker breaks out here. Oh, Halzert can't be missing those. Bubble didn't get the memo. Denny's Law at range. What? And then up close. Grabs the AWP. Freiburg's like, okay, you've had your fun. Halzert isn't having the greatest game here.
He tried to jump into the arms of his opponent there. Just take me. As you look over at Pinnacle, remember with low margins and high limits, you get the best CSGO odds, where you can then win more at temp.gg/live odds or temp.gg/winter, where you can sign up with the code winter22 to get a few extra goodies from Pinnacle, because they're just that awesome. Remember to only ever gamble if you're over the age of 18. Only ever do so if you're in a fun and safe environment. That fun and safe environment slowly dissipating for SKADE, as they are now down to just AKs. Once again, preferring that AK setup on their T side. Granted, this time though, it's by force of economy rather than preference.
Once again, Fountain Control, bid for by Dignitas. No one there to contest it for them, and so there is the suspicion that SKADE are planning some shenanigans over on B.
Freiburg holding con tunnel here. He knows full well that SKADE like this burst through the monster smoke, and it's something they've done 3 or 4 times now. Halzert, the only player actually alone on Pillar here, so he could very well be isolated. And I mean, it would be ballsy to even peek at a monster here, and he stopped himself just on the wider angle. Oh, Freiburg lays with Forest on shores.
Unconventional angle might be exploited. Rainwaker, though, expects it. Forest and Lekro snap on back, though. The coverage is good, but AWP is up close. At this range, it's not ideal, but hey, you can try your best, and Halzert, his best is good enough. Dreamer has a dream once more. In a 1 versus 3, they take out the first. Anything further than this? But the big man, the Bulgarian workhorse, forces Lekro out of position, but it's Heap who covers the escape. He's done amazing there, and they're able to recapture the AWP, put back into the able hands of Hulzerk, who is admittedly slow going, 6 and 10.
Dignitas, they equalise, and once again, Harry, it's a repeat of Nuke. SKADE, they open brilliantly. Dignitas, they adapt, and then push up from there. We now see that AWP once again being just cycled back to Hulzerk, and what I quite like with Dignitas here, they've saved the AWP so many times. They're sort of, with Hulzerk, they're sort of telling him, like, I don't care how many times you mess it up. We're going to make you do it again and again and again until you wake up and you start doing what you did on Nuke. And they're giving you an opportunity. Which
a bit
is
more oomph this time.
Yes, exactly. Less death, more kill.
Well, Freiburg looking to try and find the kill here, but it's simply the Tech 9 spam through the smoke. All right, Forest, there we go. Gets the M4 under control. Heap, as ever, is precise. He has some pretty good tempo on his side right now, and even more so taking down Dreamer. Bubble has been able to loot an M4, so they are by no means a safe kill or a safe peek for anybody. Might be seeing the silencer there if Heap's M4 themselves. But the wraparound slowly to try and grab the bomb. It's difficult for Bubble to try and stay here, but they do have 1.7k in the bank. Hulzerk, they're going to be entering their zone of influence soon. Bubble now. This is going to be a difficult one. Might be able to catch Hulzerk on a peek. Oh, they could pop up here on a head glitch. And they do so. Bubble, he's doing God's work. If God, it's more Old Testament God than New Testament God, granted, in that kind of work. More of a vengeful boy. Bounce, flash. The blind is given. Bubble is a madman. He is an absolute monster. The Bastion of B, the battle that we foresaw. SKADE pull out the eco round, and Dignitas are left wondering what went wrong.
Where did this come from? Hi, Bubble. Welcome to the series. But why was he late? What happened on Nuke?
Missed his bus.
Yeah, I mean, he's shown up, and I mean, hell, my God, has he shown up? Incredible 1v3 there, and once again, Hulzerk, time and time again, he's caught off these angles. Now, that AWP shot from Dennislot is going to reveal to Dignitas that SKADE have gone for this aggressive peak, which means that for Dignitas, they have a chance to just kind of dig in, get into some fairly forwarded angles, and for Lekro, this boost to peek into Divider could very well catch out some of these members of SKADE.
Stare into the tube, Kremer. The tube stares right back. A battle for long. Hulzerk actually gives it away. Not sure if they saw ships there, but certainly are aware that ships is exerting control via utility. Both a Molotov and an HE expended for this. And now Connector. Mollied, I believe, by Rainwaker.
Some aggression. Attempted a monster here. Freiburg only a mere 5-7 to stop him. Can he do just that? I mean, the info may be enough, but no. Dennislot once again with the opening.
And this is going to be an almost free B site here. The double stacking Connector. Rainwaker watches the pixel. Heap's going to slowly creep into it. It's an easy kill for Rainwaker. But what about the second? Smokes themselves off for a touch of safety. The bomb's been planted over on B. And Dignitas, they might have to call a save here. Can they really justify risking any more economy on this 3v5?
I wouldn't mind seeing the save here, actually. I mean, it helps. You have a little bit to work with. It gives you a bit of extra... oomph, Harry. Bear in mind that there is no money for Dignitas at all. They desperately need these weapons next round, and it also means that even though SKADE guarantee a victory in the first half, you're making them fight for it. And there'll be an 8-7. That's exactly what we saw earlier. Exactly what we saw earlier, actually. There's a world here where we see another double OT.
First double OT, Kremer.
Oh, sorry.
Let's not get carried away.
Another OT.
There we go.
I do apologise.
Accuracy is everything. Especially if you happen to be playing with an AWP on the side of Dignitas, because Hulzerk has not been the most accurate thus far.
No, he hasn't been. Luckily for him, the rest of Dignitas have been supporting him very damn well. Hulzerk, he's had so many opportunities. Eventually it'll land. And I mean, for SKADE, they've gone for that boost, I think, 5, maybe 6 times now. Again, eventually it'll work. Heap, Scout in Connector, not the weapon you'd want, particularly when you're in danger of being trapped here.
Not the weapon that you'd want, and not the weapon we know Heap for, right? We know Heap
Exactly.
is a very consistent rifler.
Yeah.
Not much of a second AWPer. Scoped weapons aren't really his deal, but for Denny's Law, it's his bread and butter. And he's going to be feasting on not just bread and butter, but fully toasted carbs tonight. The reward in the SKADE compound for a job well done.
Forest. Backs off to heaven here.
Might be a meeting in Connector.
Very well
Lecro.
could be.
Ooh, Lecro spotted. Rainwaker finds that one. And once again, Halzerk might be forced to save $0 and an AWP in hand. Yeah, Forest peek into Denny's Law. At your own peril, mate.
Alright, Halzerk.
Here we go, 1v5. This is it. Warmed up his aim. Super Mario Brothers 2, baby. Best game of the year, 17 years running. You know how Donkey do. You know, oh, that is a bad miss. That is unfortunate. Halzerk loses the AWP. Dignitas lose their economy. And the round, of course. It doesn't matter about the economy in the end, because it was the last round of a half. I completely forgotten all the excitement. That's what Bubble did to me. Bubble clutched so hard, I forgot what round we're on.
He's broke you.
Bubble did break me. My mental popped.
He gets that third kill, and you sort of wake up on the cart for trying to escape Helgem on your way to be executed by the Nords.
Ah, you're finally awake. Words that Halzerk has not heard this half.
Going for an early defense over on B here. It's Forest good for one. Ship swings out. It's messy, it's laboured, but we're in a 3-on-3 nonetheless.
Bubble. With the backup of Rainwaker here.
Oh!
Very doable. Doesn't matter. Bubble has to do it by themselves. He will be the Bastion. As he sets back up, waiting for Denny's Law. Who actually, at the moment, doubts the veracity of Bubble's claims.
Halzerk? Please move, Halzerk.
Halzerk DC'd. I might be having a little cry after I was too mean. Biased caster, re.
Get him out of here.
Kick this man.
Yeah. Leg day, that is, not Halzerk. As far as... Now alone in this clutch. There's a world for Forest, actually, where if he just survives, he buys a bit more extra time for Halzerk. Yeah, Halzerk's gone. It's on Forest now, and armor sure, but it doesn't matter when you're on 20 HP. And with his location known, trying to leave is going to be impossible. SKADE. Take a 10-9 up.
This, right here. It is an ancient technique known only to the Nords and the Swedes. Oh, there he goes. Pops out of existence. See, if you concentrate hard enough and really channel the Viking magic, you too can become invisible.
You could ascend this plane of existence.
He went straight to Valhalla, baby.
Yeah.
Straight up there. If
this whole PC's crashed, so we may have a bit of a longer pause.
Well, this gives us a little bit of time to introduce you to one of our partners, World of Esports.
So it does.
With a Z, Kramer, with a Z.
Oh,
the Z is very important, and World of Esports is our partner for all of your fantasy needs in CS. We have a collaboration going between the Pinnacle Winter Series and World of Esports, so if you're building your fancy team, if you think you have what it takes to be a CS team manager, you can pick up players from all of the teams in Pinnacle Winter Series number 3 to try and compete against other players who are building their own fancy teams to see who's going to get the most points. And let's have a quick look at these scoreboards. At the moment, if you picked up Rainwaker or if you picked up Forest, you're a very happy camper in World of Esports.
I think probably Rainwaker has more impact than Forest on your stats, because Rainwaker had a very good nuke as well.
True.
I bet Ships isn't doing very well, neither is Halzerk, so for me, Heap actually may be your biggest pickup. Or if you're on World of Esports, that is. I'd have had Halzerk, so right now I'm suffering.
Yeah, I probably would have picked up Halzerk as well. They've often been the standout on the side of Dignitas.
The mistake I make when I do these fantasy websites is I always go for like 5 entries. I don't mean to, but like, I get I just think, hey, that guy's good. I remember him being good. I remember him being good as well. I shouted about him one time. but we shout about entries quite a lot, and I did take that into account.
Oh, yeah, I also go by average volume of name.
Yeah.
You know, like, the decibel counter is very important to me, Kramer, when I'm building my fantasy rosters.
That's true. It's true. Can we maybe even talk World of Esports as adding that?
Oh, we really should.
A decibel counter.
I don't pick up any tier 1 players as I haven't cast any tier 1 CS.
That's true, therefore they don't exist.
Exactly, Kramer.
They're entities. They're just numbers floating around.
They are corporeal to me as Jesus Christ. One day, maybe, I shall go to the promised land.
I have a fun story about breaking PCs.
Oh, hit me. Break some PCs while we're in our tech pause.
From when I was like first playing, this is before I even considered casting, there was a player in the UK, he was pretty good, called Dansky, and he was kind of... Now, bear in mind, these guys are very considerably better than me. I didn't know them very well. And the only thing I knew about Dansky was he had a really bad PC. And I didn't know how bad until at like an Epic LAN. This is about, I would say, 5 years ago or so, maybe more. And his PC was so bad. In the finals, it broke to the extent where they ran to the Argos next door, picked up one of those like office fans, just took off the case, pointed the office fan into the PC, and hoped that will survive it. That'll last it so it gets to the end of the finals. And it did. So
thanks Argos.
This wasn't brought to you by Argos, but they're fans.
they're not a partner of the Pinnacle Winter Series. We're just a fan of their fans.
But now SKADE currently looking to shut down the eco of Dignitas, and while that will give them that kind of 11-6 lead, it gives them a fair bit of momentum to work with. My interest is going to be, will SKADE be able to keep this up against the full buys?
Bubbles getting guests. Welcome to the land of bubbles. Brought to you by Lush.
You're forever blowing bubbles.
Weapons grade bath bombs.
Pretty bubbles in the air. For all of our West Ham fans. Sorry.
I don't watch meat sports. Do West Ham score a lot of sport points?
Like West Ham have any fans, at least fans who can afford PCs.
West Ham have gone to Argos to buy some fans.
Get ready to sing on Bubble. You know, I once went to a West Ham game, and the only part I remember was the huge fight that happened at half-time. That's English football for you as a Brit.
I'm surprised that Dignitas didn't invest in, like, one flash there for the Monster Peak, like, if they were going to go down that kind of route. But
I mean, they didn't have money. They really didn't have money.
That's a good, I suppose.
In getting a flash as well, it would have either had to have been on Forest, who's going first anyway, and if anyone else got it, they're dropping below 2k. So it's...
True.
So it kind of makes sense. Bearing in mind as well, when hitting B, one flash won't change it, because the monster players play anti-flash anyway.
I guess that's going to be the case. That's just me with some wishful thinking, Kramer. Dignitas, I could have wished upon a star that they could finish this out 2-0, but for me, I'm all about these three mappers. I'm having a good time today with SKADE and Dignitas. And SKADE certainly having a good time here on their map pick of Overpass. Rainwaker still looking to farm up some cash here with the MP9. Doubled up with Denny's Law and Connector. But Lecro not going to be moving through there. In fact, it's going to be down to Forest, potentially with the Krieg. An interesting buy. 1-1 thus far. Rainwaker isn't able to turn around in time to refrag there, but that does mean they've been unnoted thus far. Heap on the elevated position. Rainwaker, if they leave this zone, they actually just tuck themselves down beneath the stairs. Great play to try and make the most out of that weapon. Isn't the most expensive, and hey, you're happy to get that. Krieg's still in play though, Kramer. And as an ADS Warlord myself, I'm excited.
For how long though, Harry? For how long is this Krieg going to be in play? Because right now, Forest, he, with the bomb on his back as well, and with the only utility that will actually be able to be thrown from the back lines, is it going to be enough to hit B? It's Bubble, the lone defender, but Bubble's proven himself now, particularly on this map, as a very capable defender. So much so, actually, that he has the assists from heaven.
Oh, shit.
Discipline. That's laboured, but it doesn't matter.
It'll do. And now the Krieg, moving on in. Best weapon of the game, baby. Let's go. Bubble, spotted out. The penetration from McCreek is fantastic, but now in 1 versus 3, what can Forest do? The massive redwood scopes on in and is blown on out by Dreamer. 12 for SKADE.
Would you like a fun fact about penetration in guns?
Yes. Why don't you have any Krieg fun facts for me, Kramer?
Because the Krieg is a weird gun because its penetration doesn't matter. It doesn't have penetration. It's your ammo that has penetration, which actually makes even less sense because if you're using the Krieg, surely you can just put the ammo from the Krieg in the AK. So your AK has way more precision or armor penetration. It doesn't make sense, Harry.
I need you to tell me things about my favorite guns. The AUG and the Krieg. I like the AUG because it looks like a paintball gun of a silhouette. I'm a simple man.
I appreciate. I'm actually quickly checking. I'm pretty sure the is.
Oh, look at the creep. Nice spot.
The SG's in 5.56 as well, so you can just put the ammo for an SG in a M4, and suddenly your M4 has the armor penetration of a Krieg. It doesn't make sense, Harry. It doesn't make sense.
Get on it, Gabriel.
Volvo, please fix. Because
please buff the M4.
I do wonder.
Even more.
I feel bad for the Volvo social media managers who probably get harassed constantly.
Nah, man, the CSGO account has some fun.
for this, like, these random guys on Twitter wondering why their guns are broken. This car company's thinking, what?
What's a vac ban?
Yeah. What do we do with this? Dignitas. They find themselves currently looking to swing on to A hit. There's a few Beagles, a bit of armor behind this, and the utility is very good. It forces players off angles, but Rain Racer on close long here can survive is my big question.
Slaughter in favor of SKADE very soon. Hulzerk leads the way. And we'll be leading a sailing trip down the river Styx as well. Heap at that close range. Picks up the AWP, and now they might be able to take out Rainwaker as well. We talked about how they're not all about the scoped weapons, but it doesn't matter in this case. In a 1 versus 3 now, with the AWP. Certainly not ideal. And Ships is very low. Dreamer's watching bank. I'd like to make a withdrawal, please. I'm going to withdraw 1 additional round for my team. We're loaded.
This is where we sort of saw the make or break for them, which was in the first couple of buy rounds against Dignitas. Over on Nuke, they lost them. Dignitas, they come back, they bring it back, and we end up level pegging. SKADE, this time they keep their momentum, and Dignitas just find themselves 13-6 down. Last time these teams played, SKADE, they won 16-13. That is not what we're seeing at all here. This has been a very fast game as well, purely because of just the tempo that has been set from both teams, actually. And with that, Dignitas now find themselves with a full buy, sure, but yet to win a round on their T side.
It's not been glorious, Kramer. Molly keeps Rainwaker at bay for now, but Forest actually gets out of there pretty quickly. Isn't going to make much of a contested effort. Returns back. Rainwaker has been spotted. And between Lecro and Forest here, maybe they were hoping for a crossfire to be generated onto that player. Unfortunately, the timing simply was not there, and now Lecro's kind of stuck in a lurk.
For now, Lecro laying in wait in water here. Here's the movement from SKADE. Question is, can he capitalize off of it? And while Dignitas may be a man up, but circumstance, they haven't really been in for most of this.
This is new.
Yeah, most of this map, and, well, Hulzerk, welcome to the game, brother.
Oh, it's about damn time. Hulzerk has found themselves a touch of aim. Does this dare get peeked by Ships? It'd be brave to do so. Bubble, with that appropriated AWP, puts it to good use. Ships now knows this could be slowed on down. Smoke's given. Heap waiting for Bubble. Messes up on the advantageous swing, though. And now just sits around this smoke, continuing to play for the information. Meanwhile, it's B that has become the target of designs from Dignitas. Heap has lost out on the lurk. Maybe that'll drag some more players over, but Dreamer knows what's up. I had a dream. I had a premonition. I had a vision, baby. Dignitas will be able to get the plant at the end here. Freiberg shores it up. What was that spray from Bubble?
Oh,
unbelievable.
Harry.
Matrix-style Neo
I tell you
Dignitas. What is that?
That vision, they may be caught out in a mirage because it fades. And Dignitas, they found their first T-side round. Now 30-7. It looks like quite a distance. That is a very recoverable scoreline. One of which we actually, I think every single semi-final, the one before this kind of invited team segment, had a 13-7 scoreline that ended up closing out closer. Because it looks one-sided, sure. But you need to remember that for SKADE at least, they've got about 2 or 3 buys before Dignitas equalize. That's 2 or 3 crucial rounds where Dignitas already have momentum going into it. If Halzerk is waking up, that spells bad news for SKADE, because it puts even more pressure onto Denisort, who can't afford to reinvest these orbs.
It is economically dangerous. We can see the FAMAS already has to be brought down to. Rainwaker on $0 off the back of that as well. Admittedly, it feels like almost everyone in this lobby starting to pull their weight. Halzerk at the bottom, but they just woke up. The aim has been returned to. And looking to break double digits now as we enter into our 21st round. What an amazing time to tell you about our partners over at Xtrafy. If you want quality peripherals, if you want the bassiest sound from the H1 headset, you can get it without breaking the bank using code WINTER10 for 10% off over at the Xtrafy store, and it will let them know that we sent you here from the Pinnacle Winter Series and tell Xtrafy to continue supporting Tier 2 CS. So you guys have some lovely stuff to watch on whatever day this is. What day is it, Kramer? Is it a Tuesday?
It's a Tuesday. It's a Tuesday.
I know that.
Yes, we are connected to the world.
I live in a constant loop of esports, and there's nothing but Marks and Weekend anymore.
Would you like a fun fact about the SG? I have another one actually.
Yes.
So you know, all of the predecessors before the SG were in like really weird ammo types. They were in 6.45. I know what you're thinking. I've never heard of that. That'll be because it's a useless like ammo. It's a useless caliber. Nothing uses that. And so when they made the SG, they were like, we should probably make it available for kind of anyone. Let's put it in. What do NATO use? 5.56. Solid. We'll use that. And 5.56 it became. They have it. The SG 5.03 was made. Sick make cool guns though. Their pistols are really cool.
What's that weird arm thing on the side of a FAMAS?
The thing pointing out from the middle.
I don't know how to describe it. It looks like it should rotate like it would be a tripod.
That's definitely not a tripod.
Yeah, definitely not. Still, doubled up smokes on Monster. We'll talk about the weapons later. I'll send you a screenshot and I'll outline it. I'll be like, what is this?
What that?
What, this thing on the gun? Oh, Kramer, I don't know. Freiburg.
There's the pierce through the smokes. Bubbles on the other side. Spray and pray, baby. I'm the monster now. I'm the one you've seen in your dreams. But the dream is over for Dignitas. It's only Heap who's left over on their lurk. Over on the long approach to A. We'll have to sit down, think about what they've done, and have a little cry as SKADE will reach 14.
Harry, would you like something surprising?
Yes.
If I can see that on the other side of the FAMAS, that actually very well could be a bipod.
Ooh.
I would like to, I don't know if it's on both sides. If it's on both sides, it absolutely is. Which is interesting. Not many guns have a bipod sort of coming with them. For SKADE though, showing down Dignitas, that sort of puts their hopes and dreams down the toilet. Luckily, they just about muster a buy, but with the scout on Halzerk, there's holes in the buy.
And there are holes in Heap's chest right now. The boost works out. And look at this, so aggressive from SKADE. Not a single centimeter, not a single inch. Every single one will be paid for in blood, claim the Bulgarians. Sure, it's 4-3. Rainwaker is punished for this aggression. But Dignitas, they can't feel safe in their own territory now. SKADE are slowly ebbing away at that sense of safety, at that sense of guaranteed control.
3-on-4. Ship's already low HP. And I'm surprised actually Ships is using the AWP over Denisort. I understand the HP disparity sort of invites it, but I would still rather see Denisort on the favoured weapon than have Ships actually hide in a hide in a different position. As Forest exits toilets here, then he's like, can he stop him?
Slightly obfuscated here. By the lamppost, we're going to see Forest real quick. Oh, that's a lovely adjustment. Holzerk on the refrag. Can ships connect? The answer will be no. Holzerk thinks mini for a moment and sends out a barrage of utility here to try and keep their enemy at bay. Going to be joined by one from toilets. It's Lecro, who emerges from a bathroom. And Bubble, ready with the backstab. This could stop the plant. Indeed, it's easy. Holzerk falls. Lecro has no idea where that even came from. Analyzes for blood splatter, but I'm afraid, Sherlock, you were cancelled in Season 3, baby. SKADE hit match point.
What season of ships are we on?
I think we're on ships Season 6.
Is this the prequel or the sequel?
At the moment, we're doing like the Archer thing, and we're going into the weird theme explorations. We're in the noir scene now.
Oh, I see. And the question is, who killed Dignitas' T-side? Because right now, they really have been struggling to even... I think there's been one round where they opened with a man advantage, and that was after Halzok was able to get an opening with the AWP. Since then, it's just been Denisaur running them amok. This is the opening shot, but the flash all but confirms presence here. On long, Heap falls once again. The man advantage going in favor of SKADE.
Same song, different day. He falls down again. Lecro can't even win on the swing. Dreamer is such a good anchor on these sites. And Bubble has truly recaptured the imagination of Bulgaria. As Holzerk recaptures Bubble as well. A bounce on the flash. Looking away to their back now. Denisaur waits within the smoke for it to fade. It phases in their favor. And SKADE grabs 16 without an ounce of trouble. We are going to a map number 3. It's going to be Inferno. It is going to be brutal. And it's going to be one of these teams sent home and one sent forward to a semi-finals to face the Danish beasts that are Copenhagen Flames. Every other quarter was 2-0 in favor of our invited teams, but this is our quarterfinal that had an invited team that didn't even come in as the favorite, baby. But will they survive, or will SKADE play for those who won out in the main Swiss? You can find out after this break. of 4 quarterfinals. We are in the last one. And now we are taking ourselves, for the first time in the quarterfinals here at the Pinnacle Winter Series number 3, to a third map cremmer. Welcome, CS enthusiasts, to the beautiful streets of Inferno.
Now, Harry, before you spoke in the break, you asked me about the FAMAS a bit.
Yes.
I think the FAMAS is the only gun in CS that is bullpup. Do you know what bullpup is?
Is the AUG not bullpup?
Yes, the AUG is bullpup. You're absolutely right.
I know a thing about guns.
I'm so proud of you. Do you know why bullpups are do you know why bullpups are kind of used?
It's for going around corners, right? You can fire quicker because it
Fire quicker.
Oh no, it doesn't have as much of a barrel extension, so you aren't seen before you go around a corner.
Yeah, you're right. And there are a few other kind of nuances with it because it means it's a shorter barrel. It can be a bit easier to carry. But bullpups, when they were first made, Harry, they were absolutely awful. And it's only like in modern days have they actually become any good. So the FAMAS is kind of one of the main bullpups that have worked. Well, I know we had the kind of British rifle, the L85, I think it was, which was just a nightmare. But yeah, FAMAS is a pretty cool bullpup. Ones that actually work. Same for the AUG. The AUG is categorically a cool gun. Considerably cooler than dual barrettes, because why would you dual wield guns? And you know what I'm happy with, Harry? We've gone this whole series without seeing a single pair of dual barrettes get bought.
I'm sad. I'm a dual wielding enthusiast. Well, I like the shadow daggers.
I hate dual wielding so much. I hate it so much.
Oh, Kremer. For now, vaguely bloodless in the first 40-50 seconds of SKADE versus Dignitas' pistol round. Of course, I believe Dignitas won our knife round, decided to go on the T side first. And his law lies in wait. This has been well gambled by SKADE. They've read it so well. And Freiburg drops the bomb in the fountain. It moves over towards ships. Rainwaker moves on through. It won't be a flawless pistol round, but unless Lecro can claim 5 for themselves, it is unwinnable. SKADE come into this with a huge statistical advantage. This is one of their most played maps, I believe 24 times they've played it in the last 3 months. It's going to be their 25th, and they win it 2/3 of the time.
I did say before we even started the series, Harry, if it goes to a third, SKADE probably win. Which is, bear in mind that overtime on Nuke kind of did go in Dignitas' favour, but only by a hair's breadth. There's a world where SKADE probably actually should have 2-0'd this series. But nonetheless, able to take this, able to take the opening pistol round, SKADE, they continue their momentum. M4's on almost every single player as well, so they really aren't taking any prisoners with this buy. Swinging onto the full buy, or the forced buy of Dignitas. Maybe even punish that Galil. And once they take the Galil out of circulation, they take a big chunk of Dignitas' firepower just out their hands.
Remember, if you are both a believer and a bettor, head over to our partners, Pinnacle, dev.gg/winter, and use code WINTER22 at sign up. And see if your knowledge, your predictions, and your inclinations are correct. Dignitas here. They have, of course, forced up into the SKADE buy. Deagles and a Galil in the hands of Lecro, and a couple flashes as well, which could lead to some unfair fights. A double up in Banana here does mean that SKADE are pretty confident in the information that they have. They've decided to take away a huge amount of map control over towards B, and then give it up over on A instead. Bubble first to fall. Ships patient as they wait. Isn't going to be checked. We didn't expect a second here, but Forest with a 90-degree flick. Unbelievable. And some upgrades as well. Now Dignitas, they are in a great position here for a power play. Denny's Law fires through the smoke, knowing that there's no traces to betray them. Still with the reload momentarily. They are vulnerable. But the time has passed. Freiburg now watches the cross. Denny's Law so fast when it comes to these. Wants to exploit this little crux from the ruins. Lecro isn't going to have any guess on Banana, but they can play themselves a late game here in the 3 versus 3 of the post-plant Forest. Wants people to come up close and personal here against the SMG that was looted from some of the fallen enemies on SKADE. Denny's Law now going in for the clear heat. So good with the Dignitas strike back. The force buy is rewarded. The Galil dropped on the floor. M4's looted for Dignitas. Anti-eco or anti-eco?
Considering how heavily Dignitas invested into this round, I will admit, Harry, I'm kind of disappointed that they ended up losing that, to be honest. They had the same outcome if they went for SMGs instead. Nonetheless, though, we find ourselves with SKADE looking well, shaken, potentially. I was worried this was going to be a one-sided map. I would love to be proven wrong.
Denny's Law already has tagged Halzerk here. Crab walking away. Crustacean tendencies from a Norwegian. I bet Norway has fantastic fish food.
They have that, I don't know if it's Norwegian or Swedish, but they have that famous thing that stinks, doesn't it?
Oh, that's Swedish, yeah, for like pickled fish.
Yeah, one of my housemates got that. He moved out 2 months ago and it still smells.
Oh, shit, there with the 5-7 grabs one bubble.
Oh, I like the
Run
trade.
and gun with the P2000, I believe that is. Freiburg taken down, and Dignitas done unto them as they had done unto their enemies. Dreamer with the Deeg. Smoked off and isolated. Halzerk going to be the first to run on through here. Noted. Dreamer, they're going to be heard. But Forrest fumbles for spray. Even more so. Dreamer with a double. Dignitas, he says, mate, I am the eagle.
Letcrow, 1 versus 2. M4 in hands, and luckily he will be able to get this bomb down, so he is able to put a bit of a fuse on this retake.
A tap on the bomb. Trying to bait in Denny's Law here. And it is going to be potentially a 1 versus 2. Looks over towards their back. It's Bubble with the looted rifle. But Letcrow plays it well. Lovely stuff. Letcrow once again with the 1 versus 3 clutch.
Solid round from Dignitas. Granted, they sweat more than they really should have there. Remember, at Pinnacle, with low margins and high limits, you can win more at theb.gg/live odds or theb.gg/winter, where you can sign up using code WINTER22, where you get a few extra bonuses at Pinnacle because they're just that awesome. For Letcrow, I feel like he probably shouldn't have won that, particularly considering Bubble swinging on him, knowing where he is. Letcrow already is only on 40 HP or so. Nonetheless, Dignitas, another round which they sort of snatched from SKADE, forcing SKADE down to the full eco and giving Dignitas a chance to really pull ahead economically.
During this next fight here, Kramer, I'd love it if we could figure out if SKADE prefer their T or CT side, and the same for Dignitas maybe. Eep going to be leading the way. Up banana. But it is non-committal at the moment. The bomb's still in basically the exact center of the map, equidistant from both the A and B sites. But this has been a little bit of a gamble. I believe we've got 2 boosts going on B. On the mini-map, yeah, we do see players moving together. Some elevated positions from Dreamer. And I believe from ships. Heap lies in wait. Do they expect... This is very unconventional strategy here. The molly. Shy. That does mean that the movement has to be there, though. Dreamer takes a peek. Do they see more than one, though? Forest of the Mac-10 simply can spray and pray as Rainwaker falls. And having seen this much, Ignitas like, you know what? They were up there for a reason, and that means that they've got boosted. There's at least one more player there, and they certainly want the player that we found in Ruins, because that would just be geographically ineffable. And so it's an easy plant over on A. And a retake here with USPs is, it's going to be a difficile one, Kramer.
A few exits would be nice, maybe retrieving an AK. Forrest is really low HP. Unfortunately for Freiburg, he's got some cash to farm, and he's doing so ruthlessly, Harry. Absolutely ruthlessly.
Letcrow going to call in the Mac-10 to wrap around the back instead. The duel is forced, though. Bubble does not want to get taken out. But Denny's Law could be hunted by Freiburg. Ed armor, plenty of health to work with, and it's flawless for Freiburg. 3 kills with the Mac-10. Money, 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 money.
Money, money, money indeed, and 3 to 1.
Euros off. They've upgraded them, Kramer. Those were €2 before.
There you go. Go type that code in. Maybe it's time for us to start sniping them. Not that we would ever do it to you. But if you type in that code first, you just get €5. Skin Baron are just that awesome. Just €5 like that.
And that was for skin that gives what? The most under, that's for most bought skin under €10. That's like half price.
Yeah, that. Or I mean, also you can get some pretty good AWP skins like Viper Spit for stuff.
True.
Pretty cool, all in all, isn't it?
Yeah.
For now, let's see what Dignitas now do moving against the full buy of SKADE. if Dignitas win this, they start gaining some serious momentum, and that's where SKADE start getting worried big time.
Orzerk, looking calm and collected. Is that a small baby in the back? What? Did you see that?
No.
There's like a card. Is there any way? I don't know if production can change it. Is there any way we can go back to the Orzerk cam and bring up the baby? Look.
Oh, Hassan. Have you not seen the memes of him?
I have not seen the memes. I'm a boomer.
I am going to rock your...
Is that Hassan in a suit?
I am going to rock your world the second we finish this cast, Harry. I truly am.
Thanks, production. I appreciate you.
I think of every meme ever. That guy, he embodies everything he does is a meme. It's incredible.
I look forward to it.
Yeah. How do you describe a meme to a boomer? It's a funny
It's like
thing
a funny image with impact text
on the internet, and then it's essentially he just churns out those like it's nothing. Forest able to get into apps quietly, may give him a chance to maybe even catch out Rainwaker here. He goes for this early control, maybe even trying to catch out Dreamer. Luckily, SKADE playing fairly passively in apps here. Meaning Forest's lurk may not be able to garner much attention of SKADE.
I mean, they can
Get
demand the attention by going for a wallbang there. I mean, we've occasionally seen it work at the end of second mid. And SKADE, they've had almost all of their utility now drained.
Very slow. Over on Archers here. Gonna be one of the players to be tested. There's a smokes ladder around him. Does he peek in front of this? Yes, he does. Goes for a bit of control here. Caught out by Lecro, though. What a read.
Lecro's fast. And Lecro is furious. Speedway. Can't be controlled at the moment by Bubble, but Rainwaker, maybe they'll be able to do slightly better. Orzerk opens up onto Dreamer, but Rainwaker may not be expected upon the site. Heap ducks on under, and Plagues from below. I am the Underminer. And your defense has been undermounted.
I hope you understand. The Twitch have caught up, and they two are just as outraged that you don't know who Hasbella is. He is truly an incredible man.
Well, you also didn't appear to have known his name. You said it's Hassan.
I got close enough.
You are equally a Mimi.
He is. I know of him. He's incredible.
You know the legend of Hasbella?
Yeah, he's that just he lives his best life, and he does so well being a goat. Like, man, I aspire to.
I'm guessing he's kind of like the dub guy. The guy who just has a bunch of pictures, or just like had to go up to the top of the Burj Khalifa to see the size of his dub and all that. That's
an Arsenal fan. That guy, I think it is.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, but Hasbella, he's that level of dub. What he does, he's dub. Like,
Heap misses the shot on the boost. He's punished slightly for it. Once again, SKADE are down to a lesser buy. A CZ in the hands of Dreamer. But where doth the Dreamer wait? Over on the balcony, hoping to try and catch someone as they roll on out, but once again, probably only going to be dealing with Forest here, who has had a couple of aggressive apps lurks, but thus far non-committal. Rainwaker forced out of Boiler. But Forest at the moment, they're just concerned with keeping attention over on A.
Dignitas conjoining outside of B, looking to assault what will be a very lone bubble here. Luckily, he does have a teammate to join him in the form. Is
this going to be a bounce flash?
Dreamer. Yes, it will be. It gives Dreamer something to swing off. Or not.
Oh, there will be no swing. It'll have to be Bubble all by himself. A flash is good, but it's a mad dash with the pistol. Unfortunately, Bubble, I think all of those shots went between the legs of the Dignitas player, threatening the baby maker. But in the end, oh baby, it's going to be Dignitas. Almost of a flawless here, unless Dreamer could find some kind of cheeky way to use this CZ. There isn't too much reason to hunt here. Lecro might be the one to do so, given that they've only got a D at the moment.
Out of interest, in the background, a speller there. How old do you think he is?
I don't know. I think I've seen like a couple of images of him now, and I think I could probably date him. Like, he's probably like in his 30s.
No, he's 18.
18.
I think, yeah, 18 or 19. I've seen different accounts. But...
I have multiple sources who disagree.
Wikipedia's yet to citation, but yeah, he's about 18. Dignitas though, they lead 5-1. SKADE now with a full buy. This time that AWP on Denislaw looking to duel Halzuk. Halzuk looking much more alert than he did on Overpass. He started the series strong on Nuke, struggled a bit to come Overpass. Now he's on Inferno. He's looking to reclaim that once kind of immortal stature he had with Denislaw. Get in the opening.
Denislaw takes out Halzuk, and now Halzuk is going to be forced to turn away from a PC and stare at Hasbulla for the next minute and a half until they're intimidated into better performance. You know the rules, Halzuk.
Ships accompanied now by Bubble outside of B. They know full well that an attack's coming. Unfortunately, do they know to what extent? Flash goes off, Bubble waits a moment before deploying that smoke. Now she allows Dignitas to get in front of it. He, though, caught out regardless with Freiburg. There to trade.
Should be a plant here. The bomb yet to make its way onto site. Bubble could potentially intercept this and stop the plant themselves. That smoke will be soon to fade, of course. And there it is. Bubble. I think they've seen Forest. Backs out. Can't stop the plant, but can stop everything else. Denislaw looking solid on the AWP at the first chance they get to bring it on out. Halzuk. Are they going to loot Halzuk's AWP just for BM? I mean, acceptable.
I tell you what, Denislaw, it looks like the only person who's able to kill Denislaw is Halzuk. Particularly when Denislaw has an AWP. And what it means for Dignitas is that extra pressure's there. Luckily, with what's been a 5-round spree, on top of the fact that they've been able to get this these bomb plants on most of these rounds, Halzuk can go for the AWP here. Lecro could probably drop him one, and or vice versa. It may have been another player, but nonetheless, he has that AWP full utility, maybe even a secondary if he feels so inclined. Remember, at Pinnacle, with low margins and high limits, you can win more with the best odds over at Pinnacle. Head over to tab.gg/winter or tab.gg/live. Odds, both of them work. Both of them will take you to Pinnacle, where you can sign up with code WINTER22 for some extra goodies. Remember to only ever gamble in a fun, safe environment. Only ever do so if you're over the age of 18. Denislaw now. Does he win the second attempt at this duel?
And with that looted AWP from Halzuk as well, SKADE have now been able to, without breaking the bank, get a double AWP setup good to go. And this could prove deadly against Dignitas. Freiburg, previously who had a quintuple-digit bank, has been economically ruined by giving Halzuk over that AWP, and of course buying for himself after that as well. And AKs as well in the hands of SKADE. They had an excellent round of looting previous. That Molotov does a lot of damage to both ships and Bubble.
Dignitas. Open hand of ships here, looking to invite a player to peek him. But Dignitas have once again turned their attention for top of mid control before they actually set their gaze to whatever site they dare take. Halzuk hoping a push comes. A flash actually means Rainwaker's molly that was intended for the top of mid doesn't get deployed and instead chucked by Boiler. Once again, inviting Dignitas for control, but the ship's now surround duel Halzuk.
Ships sees Halzuk, but that's a miss. And now Ships has been noted right here. The speed and the movement. Freiburg tests Ships, and he's in ship shape, baby, ready to sail over. And now Dignitas, they have decisions to make. The execution must come on to B. The time demands it. It's a save or it's a swim. And it's time to go swimming in the fountain. Rainwaker up on top of the flowers. Forest spotted out first. Halzuk's going to fall as well. Heap may well be overwhelmed at this point, but time's going to make fools of us all. You need to get the plant, and it needs to be channeled, but Bubble denies you. And while one player is all that's left of SKADE, all Dreamer needed to do was hide.
Time is a cruel mistress, Harry. And when you look at the All-Star partners at Pinnacle, they actually still favour Dignitas quite considerably as we kind of move into midsection of our first half. And if you look statistically from both of these teams, Dignitas is actually one of the few teams I've seen that prefer their T-side, that have a higher win rate on T-side rounds than they do CT-side rounds. This is vice versa over to SKADE, who have an ever so slight advantage to their CT side, but SKADE are happy regardless of what side they're on. So Dignitas really need to win this half.
This is the quarterfinal that was promised. Here at the Pinnacle Winter Series, Kramer. So many quarterfinals over in record time. 2-0s across the board. Here we are at map number 3. And Dignitas, they may have got themselves an early advantage, but SKADE dig in their heels. They refuse to let the Scandinavians run away with it. Caught out at the moment. In a vulnerable position is Freiburg. Keep was there with the cover. And now movement through the smoke into safety. With the bomb itself in the hands of Hulzerk. Forest is yet to really activate on this lurk of apartments. But we'll put down a smoke here to keep the interest of SKADE peaked. One player seen, but do they know if it's a lurk or not? Bubble actually body blocks a smoke, and that might make things a little bit more difficult, but no. The coverage is solid. Bubble plays upon the site. Hulzerk caught as they were messing with the rifle. They were unable to draw it back in time. Plant over on the default here. Will ships move forward to try and stop it? Indeed they will, but it's all bait for Electro. And now Denny's Law to try and retake with the AWP. They're moving well ahead of their reinforcements, though, and this could be punished. Electro indeed will do so. Double sprinting down, banana noise is made, and SKADE have made a call. That's it for us, boys. We can give this one away.
I quite like the call from SKADE actually to save here. You need to remember as well that the reason they're saving is even in the rounds they've been winning, they've been losing so many players that their economy's never been able to get a level footing. Because of that, all it took was Dignitas to win one round, and the money on SKADE is in trouble. They can just about buy next rounds. Dreamer can potentially drop. Ships can afford to buy of his own. Bubble can just about do the same. So there's hope here for SKADE, but right now they need this round to work. Otherwise, they're in a bit of trouble, and Dignitas start building quite a big lead.
It is going to be a real doozy. You saw the €5 code off there. Good luck, boys and girls. If you want 10% off on top tier peripherals, though, consider our partners Extrafy, teb.gg/Extrafy, and code WINTER10 for 10% off the listed price on the site for high quality peripherals that do not rely on gimmicks to keep themselves in your hands and keeping you gaming.
Let's get deployed. No one caught out just yet, though. Dignitas. They got a bit quiet, actually, considering how aggressive their early rounds have been towards the mid. Having that early banana presence may have actually deterred SKADE. Bear in mind, with a 3-man commitment, there's a retake setup for top banana here, but Heap is not really in a position to be on the receiving end of this. Bearing in mind that for both Denisaur and Bubble, they don't have enough utility to follow up with banana control. They don't have enough mollies. It will have to be playing for kills here.
Well, one more molly expended. And a smoke as well. Bubble runs, guns, and stuns any who would be standing there, but nobody's home. And now there's the mass exodus from B. The noise made, and then Bubble doubles on down. Refreshes for smoke to make sure that there is for notice to Dignitas that B site is not abandoned. And this is no freebie.
Now Bubble on the shoulder peak. Has to be very careful being the lone player of B. And with Dignitas throwing that fake away, there's that molly deployed. Such perfect timing on it now. And that's calls for the rotation of ships. SKADE, they know exactly what Dignitas is trying to do here. They've only got 20 seconds to do it.
Dignitas have been using every single second, every single picosecond of time. Hulzerk opens up on the ships here, Bubbles up top. Heaps the first to fall, but Forest on the refrag is quick. It needs to be a sharpish bomb plant, and over towards default it will be given over. Denny's Law wins against Electro. And now in a 3 versus 2, this is a viable retake for SKADE. Admittedly, mono-directional, one player is going to duck off into the ruins to try and lay waste to Forest and to Hulzerk. But Hulzerk is fast on the boost, and now if you see Dreamer boosted up, you know that Rainwaker's here. All Forest need to do is wait. It's an exchange of fire through the smoke, but when you're giving off the traces of the AK, you're always gonna lose those. SKADE get the retake. maintain themselves. An AWP looted from the hands of Holzerk and Dignitas. They haven't won this half yet.
I won't lie, that was a bit of panic, actually, from Forrest there. I'm very surprised he actually goes for that spam through the smoke, and, I mean, he's punished for it, sure. I would have rather seen him either commit to the push, go through that smoke, try and kill the players as they boost, which he had the timing to do so, or you peek after Hauser gets that kill. Either way, you don't stay in a smoke, unless you have a man advantage and you're hunting, which, even then, raises questions. Dignitas now. Unable to afford the AWP on Halzerk means the 5 AKs get a bit of extra momentum, a bit of extra maneuverability, and they do so with early banana control. Bubble deploying util just to buy a bit of time, just to try and deter any further engagements from Dignitas, but with 3-man commitment on B, a retake setup is attainable, but you risk pushing it to 5 players.
Oh, Lecro blinded. Everyone forced off their angles here. Ships hands out a couple of bullets here and there, then catches some in return. A well-placed HE finishes off Forrest, who was laying low previously. And Freiburg is also just as dangered. Lecro watches those flames fizzle away. Still no bomb plant to the side of Dignitas. The smoke begins to fade. Rainwaker walks ahead of the smokes and of the flashes. The bomb's down on the ground. It's all going wrong for Dignitas, but Rainwaker actually backs off into a molly. And the second they move on forward, it's Holzerk who's waiting. Dreamer's on the other side here, sure. But now with much more time, Dignitas will be able to get their bomb plant. AWP could simply be rescued here. Dreamer will smoke themselves off and then likely just fade away into the night.
Get the hell out of there, saving the AWP gives Danisaw something to wheel next round. Bear in mind that this AWP, saving it is more to save it and make sure that Dignitas don't get it. As Halzerk, sure, he's proven to be good with the AK, but he's even better when he has that sniper in hand. For Dignitas, this will be a 7-4 lead. Remember, Dignitas with a preference to their T side, starting to break 8 rounds relatively soonish is a pretty strong position to be in. For SKADE right now, with a kind of all-round presence, regardless of what side they're on. All they need to do now is just...
All you need to do, the match winner odds in the favor of Dignitas now. Although SKADE are starting to tighten it up. Remember at the beginning of this match, fields from our partners over at Pinnacle, very much in favor of SKADE, the higher HLTV world ranking team. Now 1-1, we're in our final map. Use code WINTER22 at sign up. Only bet if you're 18 and over, and only in a fun and safe environment.
Mid, only saw a few pot shots. No kill yet, though, was banana control is now properly being fought for by SKADE. The first time this map, Danisaw being legged, that may actually deter the early presence. You know I love a Mag 7, Harry.
Might well have been a wallbang headshot
Swag
from one
7.
of these AKs. The Swag 7, baby. Ships. Being calm and collected is much in their favor. And look at that. The positioning of that smoke may well betray to Dignitas that SKADE are looking for some close-range battles. The AWP joining them here as well means that there's a very mixed arms approach to this. The SMG's left. Denny's Law can't afford even more than one tick on that Molotov. So they are forced off the angle. Ships has fallen down with the Swag 7. And Rainwaker might well hear Forrest approach here. The timing is good. Another wrap around the back. Dreamer smokes themselves off. Rainwaker with the backstab. 4 players still moving over onto this area. An upgrade for Rainwaker. So close as the pits are cleared. The tracking's solid. SKADE may have got away from this with a ramshackle buy. Upgrades across the board, boys. Fill your boots, SKADE with a 5th.
SKADE, for a moment, looked like they were very... They just punished Dignitas for being a bit messy. I'm very surprised Dignitas, having lost that initial duel, they just sort of ignore the players in apps. They get crunched from pit, and just like that, SKADE, they make it 5 after just outmaneuvering Dignitas. Pistols come out from Dig though, and now with a few P250s, no, a little bit of armor on heap, sure, a deal to accompany it. Won't do much though.
Denny's Law opens up now. And up against this upgraded pistol buy, This is very much the game all the round for Denny's Law. Ships falls down. And admittedly, it isn't a huge amount of economy for SKADE, even though they did manage to loot so many weapons in the previous round. But losing people still hurts, and Halzer getting that M4 in hand will hurt even more.
Aggression planned here, Bubble. Spots out the Deagle, the only Deagle in the hands of Dignitas. Luckily, they were able to retrieve the rifle at top mid. But no armor on any of these players. The aggressive util is going to be scary.
I want to see Halzer swap over this Deagle to Lekro, and I believe there it is. Yep, Lekro. Now everyone's a little bit better armed. And the rare push over towards A here. Dignitas may have done it in the last round, but their A pushes seem a little bit less well considered than their B pushes. It was a very messy charge up there. Denny's Law does not lose that. No way. Halzer. Now they can get their hands on an AWP as well. The crossing may well be covered. Dreamer from up high should be able to exploit the pixels. Should be able to use their zone. Unnoted thus far as they hide within their own smoke. The bomb should be planted. Lekro. Noted and executed. Bubbles began to close the distance. He could be everything here as Halzer will have to stand alone. Halzer, the man mountain, is summited easily by the Bulgarian. SKADE hit their 6th.
Starting to catch up, Harry. Bear in mind that if SKADE keep this level at the end of the half, if this does end up being kind of an 8-7 in their favour, or even just a 8-7 loss, they've done enough because of how consistent SKADE can be on this map. Now, we look over to Dignitas, who, yes, on paper, prefer their T side. The reality is, it's not that the CT side's awful. I mean, we saw on Nuke, both teams a huge preference for their CT side, and most of the rounds were achieved from both sides over on their attack. So there's a world where any stats just go out the window, and it's just one of those games. The Halzerk, no early peek onto Danny Saw, though. He won't do that twice.
The T sides can be strong, and the stats don't matter. 1-1 here. Ever closer, Kremer, to LAN, sweet LAN. Freiburg going to be feeling pretty far from it at the moment, though, as they're blown apart into bloody giblets by an HE grenade.
They are. Danny Saw, hoping for this opening. Was inviting Dignitas to peek him, and the Opera of Halzerk, ready to inch his way forward. But can he catch out Danny Saw? Does he peek this dry? That's so bold.
Very bold, but not rewarded. Fortune favors those who wait, it would seem. A warrior's greatest weapon, Kremer. It's patience. And that's exactly what Heap shows. Bubble actually almost runs into their own molly right there. And now, there is ground being gained on A, but Heap has to leave and take the bomb over to it in order for it to be used. Rainwaker in one side of the pit, Dreamer likely to drop down to the other. Indeed, the double pit setup here from SKADE. This is, you know, well-defended site on A. Dignitas have not got much in the way of success here at all, as Dreamer tries to play the head glitch.
Dreamer.
Forest.
Oh, that's a
slain
shot.
so easily. That's the information given over, right? Rainwaker actually sits within the molly, but Dreamer maintains composure. Sure, they're only 6-6, but it feels like when Dreamer's been caught in their anchoring site of A, they are rarely outdone.
Again, you notice he doesn't have many kills, but he doesn't have many deaths either. He literally has just been not seeing many players. The odds for our Pinnacle now really starting to favour SKADE. I'm inclined to agree with them. Danny Saw has been a bit. Halzerk hasn't had much opportunity with the AWP. And when he has had that AWP, Danny Saw, the few jewels we have seen, has been coming out on top. Once again, daring, challenging a swing in mid from Dignitas, but with just Deagles, a lot of utility behind these Deagles, but nonetheless Deagles on Dignitas as they set up in second mid and prepare what may just be a burst onto this A site.
Dignitas could be our only invited team to not make it to our semi-finals. They're already the first invited team to drop a map. SKADE also dropping their first map in the entire tournament, having gone through the main Swiss in this. Rainwaker lies in wait. Denny's Law's on the other side, but will they be overwhelmed? Once again, Dreamer will be challenged. Wallbang through the edge. The Dignitas has awakened. Denny's Law fully blinded and executed by Forest. Allzerk wants that AWP. Grabby hands are given. Penetration through the smoke is so strong. How brave they are. Forest now in a 1 versus 1. A veteran player avoids the HE, but can they avoid Bubble? Forced to reload, so it's dropped to the Deagle! And the Deagle in the hands of Dignitas is simply unbeatable. A 1/2 for Dignitas, but SKADE still have their chance.
It's laboured, sure, but what a round from Dignitas there. And they just use their deals to maximum effectiveness. Solid performance from them. Honestly, with it all being tied up, if you believe that you know who's going to win the outcome of this series, who's going to progress to the semi-finals, you can head over to Pinnacle, where you can win more with low margins and bet more with high limits at temp.gg/winter or temp.gg/live odds. Both of them will take you to Pinnacle because they're the wonderful people who have made it all possible, Harry. It's temp.gg/winter, temp.gg/live odds. Remember to only ever gamble in a fun, safe environment, and do so if you're over the age of 18.
If you are absolutely psychic and you think you could have figured out what was going to happen in that round, should have predicted it on our Twitch extension partner stream cards, where you can pick from a deck of cards to try and predict what's going to be happening in the next CS round in real time. Check out our partners over there and have some fun with it. Dignitas now with a lead on their CT side. Swapped around SKADE. They've opted in for a couple of flashes and a smoke here. And they will have a big man advantage on A. 5 versus 2, and you can see that Freiburg is poised to try and throw over some supportive flashes from all the way in CT.
He's going to need to catch up to Archway before those flashes get thrown, though, otherwise they're not going to land. I'll see some leave. And SKADE, 2 very clean openings, and for Dignitas, this spells big trouble.
Perfect take on the site, barely even any damage taken at the moment. Rainwaker down to half, but doesn't really care that much. Freiburg, the player with the defuse kit, has no armor. And Dignitas, they already have to call a save on the pistol round. Rumbled and shaken, Kremer.
They just can't do it. Back off, save the kit, save the flash, save the armor as well. And for SKADE, keeping every player alive, equalizing at 8-8, all of a sudden, their confidence is going to get emboldened, Harry. I'm feeling pretty good about SKADE at the moment, particularly on their T side. For Dignitas, losing that lead. Level pegging now. Now remember, when we saw the force buys after the lost pistol round, it was Dignitas having lost a pistol round who were able to recover with a very solid force buy, and that to and fro just led to them going further into the lead. Let's see if it's a rinse and repeat in our second half.
I wonder if SKADE are going to be mirroring the more lackadaisical pace that we saw from Dignitas. They certainly made the most of every second, Kremer. And of course we have the customary force. I think that every single lost pistol we have seen a force. No matter the side, no matter the map. And often they've worked out. It feels like more often than not the forces are beating the anti-eco.
That they are. Halzerk, scout in hand. Looking to keep him back here. Unable to do so just yet, with nade stack standing just short of Dignitas. It done enough damage though. But it won't stop them from going to retake top of B here. That's brave, sure, but the Molotovs now are going to force them out of position. They're trapped and in trouble.
Brave, bold, manic. Slain. Heap noted in the corner. The MAC-10 gets its man twice over. And so money, money, money is given over to Bubble, who has been the designated eco-fragger with that MAC-10, trying to slay all who stand in their way. And Halzerk will be particularly vulnerable if they can be found, as they have no armor at all, Kremer. But Halzerk is fairly well protected at the moment down in Mini-Pit.
There they are. I mean, saving a couple of deagles, saving a scout, it helps. It gives you something to build. It gives you something to work with, sure. But my worry for Dignitas here is they saving doesn't matter when you're losing these rounds in such a one-sided fashion. Not a single SKADE player has died on this second half yet. There were 2 rounds in, but it's a scary precedent to set, remembering how greedily they went into this bonus with 4 MAC-10s. They now get to go up against a scout with no armor and 2 weak-lane players with weapons designed to farm cash.
SKADE, gonna be checking their PayPals after this one. Plenty of money to be gained from those MAC-10s, slaying multiple members of Dignitas. And look at those odds. Oh, it is looking pretty brutal, Kremer. Pinnacle have lost their faith.
Yeah, I'm surprised they've swung that heavily in just kind of 2 or 3 rounds, but I was expecting to swing just not by that much. As Let Crow is ready to peek into mid here. Going for a bit of a foray. You might as well go aggressive. You just don't really have the firepower to do anything, but you can very well catch up Bubble there.
Ooh, Bubble caught with Util in hand. Still it's a messy spray, and that's going to force a reload, but Let Crow, as they reach the empty magazine, they too are emptied of blood and life force. Drained by SKADE. The 1-for-1 is not too bad. Ships has fallen low as well. They are killable by a USP, and that is worrying for ships. And for SKADE, I wouldn't mind seeing this this weapon actually swapped with Denny's Law, so ships can play a little bit further back with the AK. And allow for Denny's Law to move forward with the MAC-10 and a little bit more health. Still the weapon juggle. Not going to be the first priority at the moment. Hulzerk with no armor. Ships has crept across. Up to the close smoke. Remember, Hulzerk still has nothing to protect them. Those MAC-10s will absolutely shred him. Up top,
What a
the
nade.
double nade on top of the flowers. Heap's going to reoccupy it. Dreamer unnoticed thus far. And Rainwaker putting people to sleep, baby, permanently with the MAC-10. SKADE are going to have money, money, money for days, days, days. And Hulzerk, how long can you hope to survive here with the scout? Ships and Dreamer have at least been bought low. But Ships comes in with the backstab. Easy clap, Forest. With head armor and a Deeg. What's the play here, bud?
Forest tries to keep him back for the time being. Unable to do so. It leaves SKADE now with certainly a difficult, well, Dignitas with a difficult position. They move to their full buy, and they just, with the MAC-10s, do so much damage. Look at the money on SKADE right now. Like, these guys are in a strong position. They've got about 2 or 3 buys in them before they even have to worry about their finances. And right now for Dignitas, that is a dire position to be in when you're losing a beat on your final map on your least favored side. SKADE looking to keep this momentum. Luckily, Hulzerk has an AWP. Maybe that's the missing piece of the enigma.
Rainwaker's had a mad good series, man. If you had them in your World of Esports fantasy team, you're a very happy bunny. You can play World of Esports for free if you think that you have the know-how to be a top-tier CSGO manager. And there is into with the Pinnacle Winter Series number 3 as well. All of the teams available for you to ask your... Check it out now.
More aggression in mid here. SKADE actually completely leaving B categorically. Kind of betrays intention a bit, but with Dignitas committing the 3-man stack to B, SKADE have avoided it beautifully. The double pit setup, it's strong, but is it 2v5 strong, Harry?
We'll have to see. Lekro lies in wait, patient at the moment. Within the smoke, Hulzerk with the AWP could be overwhelmed by a pair here. The first scout was given, Bubbles won that one, the flash as well. Hulzerk holds their position, but can't hold the angle. Heap rescues it. They're killed. And more heard on the approach to B. Ships lying in wait for Lekro. The headshots are solid. Everything is going wrong for Scandinavian side. SKADE are doing it for all of those who were seen in the main Swiss. SKADE did not drop a single map. They domineered. They said Pinnacle Winter Series number 3 is ours for the taking, Kremer. And it feels like here on Inferno, that prophecy is being paid off. Forest in a 1 versus 2. The biggest clutch thus far, seen in advance by Denny's Law, who gets the right timing on the swing. SKADE are at 11.
I'm starting to feel a little bit worried for the members of Dignitas. Remember, at Pinnacle, with the best CSGO odds and low margins and high limits, you can win more at temp.gg/live odds or temp.gg/winter. You can head over there with the code WINTER22, where you can get a few extra goodies from Pinnacle. Remember, Pinnacle is the home of esports betting. Remember to gamble if you're over the age of 18, and only ever do so responsibly. Dignitas, down to an eco. SKADE, looking to extend this lead even further.
Will they live up to the Dignitas name? Slightly scuffed nade. But it comes along with a slightly scuffed buy. And right now, SKADE have everything they could possibly want. Rainwaker didn't even have to buy a rifle. They appropriated M4A1S in their hands. And a group up here on Banana Cremmer. Oh, that's a lovely nade.
So, continuing to be thrown, teased over to the top of B. And look at this rotation of Dignitas. They have absolutely caught out SKADE here, particularly if Let Go can keep everyone trapped in Banana. Dignitas have rolled the dice with this stack, and it may turn out very well for them. Rainwaker, though.
Rainwaker checks those! No way. A Zeus on the other side.
They don't cancel. They go off the back of it regardless. Oh, Harry.
Zerk
So punishable.
can one and go on the Zeus. Will the Zeus pay off? Who's gonna feel the pain, feel the yelp? Nope, Denny's Law denies it. After Zerk penetrates through the smoke. Come, comrades, unto the void with me. And into the void go multiple members of Dignitas. Curse to the Stygian pits forever as SKADE hit 12. And Kremer, their momentum is undeniable.
8-1 Pinnacle. They're starting to they were feeling doubtful, but now they're really starting to lose hope in Dignitas. 10-1. Oh, Harry, SKADE, this is where they really look dominant. With Dignitas, they have a bye, sure, but if this fails, SKADE, they're just a hop, skip, and a jump away from closing out series and going through to the semi-finals. They saw aggressive in mid with this stance, looking to maybe catch out Hulz, like hunting for Hulzerk here.
You like those 10-1s, huh? Use code WINTER22 at sign up. Denny's Law.
Did Denny's Law win that?
Denny's Law feels those 10-1s. So, yeah. I'm feeling it, boys. This is me. Bubble. Moves over the corpse of Hulzerk and now looks to try and intercept any rotations. And they're going to be going up against Heap, who is going to probably find a timing here.
Oh, the timing!
Oh, no! How did Heap not see that? I was so sure. I was so sure, Kremer. But Bubble gets a freebie. Dignitas are falling apart at the seams. They've actually lost someone from the lobby. I think Hulzerk might have actually crashed again.
Oh, no. Is that why he lost that angel?
Maybe. I'm willing to just give it to Denny's Law, who has been so hot this map.
He has been.
Rainwaker, just as hot as well. Forest, less so, but still kills the kill. The juggle of the weapon is unrewarded as SKADE hit 13.
13-8. SKADE looking dominant on their T side right now. And we do call for a tech pause just to quickly fix Hulzerk's PC. We do apologize for the audio issues. It's been a recurring problem. It's not us. It's on our production side. We're aware of them. We're trying to fix them. Don't worry. We know they're a problem. Taking steps to it. Do let us know if they continue, though. Hopefully we'll be able to fix them. Harry, do you see Dignitas coming back here? Bear in mind they're yet to win a round on their CT side. Or do you think it's sort of game, set, match?
The only way we can do it, Kramer, is by upgrading their peripherals to a full Extrafy set.
Where do we do that?
At temp.gg/Extrafy, use code WINTER10 for 10% off, allowing you to upgrade your full suite of peripherals at a discount, and maybe rescue your languishing CT side. Remember, that last round where Dignitas got absolutely spanked, that was a full buy. M4s and an AWP. Their economy cannot be looking good, Kremer.
No, it can't be. And I really worry for Dignitas here. Bear in mind, they actually have nothing in the bank. I mean, nothing. The loss bonus gives them about 3k, so they can go FAMASs, maybe pistols and armor. I would be very upset if Dignitas force, particularly when they're 13-8 down.
Oh, my. The power of Hezbollah needs to flow through Hulzerk. As we head back into the map, let's have a quick look at what can be profit here. A scout for Heap. We've seen it before on Overpass. Wasn't the greatest buy.
SKADE looking to continue domination here. It's a fragmented investment from Dig. There's a bit of armor, a bit of deagles, there's the odd scout, the odd PC-50. It's not a full buy, thankfully. Damage here would be great. Saving an AWP, saving an AK would be even better. But for SKADE, it's an early fake of aggression onto B. There's a world, actually, where they maybe consider going through this.
A bomb has joined them to make it viable, and everyone else is beginning to roll on over towards Banana as well. And not the greatest in terms of leveraged weapons on that side, but still. SKADE make the most of their time. The Diaspora continues to spread over the map and continue to generate as much control as possible. Heap here will be smoked off, allowing for easy presence in mid and short.
Now SKADE continue there. Spouts of aggression to top mid. It's a world here where Bubble actually goes through the smoke to try and challenge Heap. Heap without armor is in the firing line. Secondary smoke thrown down for Dignitas. 30 seconds left. It's a hell of a time to drop that final smoke. And now the flank of Bubble comes in. They realize that A is going to be almost virtually undefended. The Bubble this opening. This entry means everything. There's the opening. There's the site. Dignitas now in even bigger trouble.
Hulzerk caught lacking. Did Dignitas save here? Surely not. 13-8. Heap looking for an entry. Denny's Law denies Lecro any control of Banana. And all Heap can do here is shuffle away without the scout in hand. Ships goes hunting, and Ships is rewarded. It's a full stack of kills for SKADE. A flawless round gets them to 14. Dignitas are looking lost on their CT side.
Lost, broken, bruised, and wounded. Luckily not maimed yet. They have a buy, but SKADE, they've done a hell of a job at cutting them off at the knees. And with no money behind them, SKADE are in a position now where they could hit match a serious point while simultaneously resetting Dignitas. That's a perfect position to be in for any team. And for Dignitas now, bit of early lethal damage taken as they go for banana control. Luckily, they are able to achieve that banana control, but then he's still tanky and aid in mid, and even getting a man advantage. Some control being guarded, something they really aren't used to doing on their CT side.
This is not just must-win for Dignitas, but must-win cleanly. SKADE can afford buys until the end of time. Quintuple banks on multiple members, but 4-4. Dignitas have lost their advantage. Off the back of aggression, Hulzerk, though, wakes up again. Joined them, it's Heap, who could watch the crossing, but there is a smoke there to try and isolate Hulzerk. The bomb plant will be good. From Rainwaker, they've taken plenty of damage. Another shot from Hulzerk does go a little bit awry. Dreamer on that spray. It's reinforced by Rainwaker. In a 1 versus 2 now, Forrest has spotted them. If Rainwaker wins this, it would be an absolute blunder on the side of Dignitas. Their position is known. Forrest, no! What? No way! I cannot believe it! Rainwaker wins that one! And now Hulzerk has to do it with the AWP. Super Mario looks to defuse. They're holding it, Kramer. It's not being checked by Rainwaker.
Oh my lord!
No way. No way anyone saw the way that that round is going. The odds are 87.5 to 1. Dignitas, hold on for another second, but how do they buy around this AWP? My God.
My heart, Harry. My heart. It shouldn't be that close, Rainwaker. How'd you do that to
That was
poor
4
Dignitas?
versus 2.
And SKADE, they could buy. They were almost on max money. Rainwaker, I think, was on max money. Cash ain't a problem for them. Dignitas, as they, once again, muster a buy. MP9s, Famuses, they come out. SKADE, go for control over to A. If B didn't work, why not turn your attention to A? Why not?
Match point denied by Crow and Forest. On the exchange, Hulzerk blinded here. Can't get away. 2 kills in quick succession, but the Famus, maybe it can bring things back. The answer, of course, will be no. Ships lurking here. Despite heaps forays, there is nothing to be gained. And Freiburg, with only 200 in the bank and an MP9 in the hand, they may just have to sit and swill the tears of their teammates. Hunt is on. A defuse kit could be picked up. And Ships lies in wait. Steady peaks from Freiburg. The timing could be found here by Ships, and it will be. Dignitas. Their money is reset. SKADE is on match point. As we are in potentially the final round of the final quarterfinal of the final map.
Oh, Harry. Oh, Harry. The buy on Dignitas. It's lackluster, to say the least. Now, with Deagles, we've seen how good Dignitas could be with Deagles. But Dignitas may not be... That may not be enough, Harry. It just may not be enough.
They need to live up to the Dignitas name, or the Pinnacle Winter Series is over for this team. The only invited team to have dropped a map. They may be the only invited team to lose out to one of our Swiss stage titans. Bloodless thus far, with the exception of Ships, who's bloodied, battered, and bruised by the early exchange of utility.
SKADE, they are ready to head up to B. Hulzerk in mid, wary of peeking, can't risk being caught out. He can't risk giving up one of the only rifles on Dignitas right now. Unable to see anyone. Bubble swings out. Neither player damaging one another. Both potentially scaring one another, though. Psychological damage, Harry, that matters.
I mean, Dignitas, they don't have much psychological health to work with at the moment.
On the
Hanging on by a thread, Kremmer. Lycro's got a gap in the smoke to try and work with. Takes a swing onto Bubble. Blind is here, gets away with their life. The flash is amazing. And the Molotov looks to reinforce this, but that's okay. They don't care that they can't move forward. Because it's all about banana at the moment, boys. The fruit bowl is full to overflowing. As our observer gives us a fancy footwork to watch, as some may well burn to death. Freiburg is forced to fight, and Freiburg will take one with them. Heap, with the only rifle, will stand defensive here. Lecro can't hit the headshots. Heap certainly can't either. It's all gone wrong. Rainwaker has taken the hopes of Dignitas in his hand, and he has crushed it readily, brutally, and obnoxiously. Hulzerk against the world, and this is no Atlas. The world is too heavy. The Bulgarians slay the invited Team Kremmer and book their ticket to a semi-final against the Danish Titans of Copenhagen Flames.
What a game from SKADE there. They moved to their T side. I mean, it's close up until that point. It's very close, actually. And I mean, we looked over to Overpass. Once they had that momentum there, Dignitas, they seem to have been on the back foot since that second map. A hell of a game from Dignitas. And honestly, hell of a game from SKADE, actually. I'm bloody impressed. That T side was immortal. And that also makes a statement to Copenhagen Flames, the team which was able to also topple Dignitas, the SKADE mean business.
We've seen pretty consistent performances as well from across SKADE, and that could be a hallmark of a very successful 2022 to come just yet. Of course, the winner of this event of our Grand Finals is going to LAN Sweet LAN, and that is a lot of money to play for, Kramer, at a very prestigious event.
It absolutely is. It's all to play for as we finish our first round of quarterfinals. We're moving to the semi-finals, I believe tomorrow actually, so be sure to follow the channel to stay tuned. I've been Newcastle Kramer 3. I've been joined by the wonderful Leg Day. That's all we have for you for today. However, the action will continue very, very soon. I hope you'll have a wonderful evening. See you in the next one.
Add some fun to your space with Extrafy, designed in Sweden with focus on quality products built on experience. You're looking at Project 4. Their 4th generation of products with super cool colorways to stand out, with matching sets to satisfy with a solid B4 bungee, lightweight ergonomic M4 mouse, the K4 keyboard is fantastic, all of which are performance focused, and finish it off with colorful GP4 mouse mats that